picture, would you recognize it?
Recognize what?
The studio.
Hell, no.
When you dropped the car off to the studio, do you know if Thug was inside the studio?
I didn't go in.
Okay. But do you know if he was there or not, although you did not go in?
I didn't allow it.
Do you know if he was there?
I don't know.
Back in 2015, how often would you go to the studio?
Not much.
And when you say not much, what does that mean?
I like to be in the streets.
Okay, so how often would you go to the studio?
I just said I don't know.
Okay, would it be once a week, once a month, every couple of months?
I don't recall.
Now, you said that you gave Threat the vehicle, you said you gave Threat the Infinity, and you don't know what happened next. Is that correct?
I said I gave Threat the car
Okay.
and I left.
Do you know if Threat gave the car back to Thug?
I don't recall. I don't know.
Okay. This was the car that Thug rented, correct?
I don't recall.
Yesterday, didn't you testify this was the car that Thug rented?
Shit, I guess I don't know. Like,
You don't know if Thug rented the car or not?
yesterday you asked me, did I go to a rental car place with him?
Yes. And what was your answer?
What did I tell you?
You tell me.
I don't recall.
Okay. Now, once you gave Threat the vehicle and you left, when did you find out about Nut being killed?
I don't recall.
Did anyone tell you that Threat killed Nut?
Didn't?
Sustained.
Why did you bring up that you gave the Infinity to Threat? Why did you tell me that yesterday?
Because I did.
Okay. And why did you tell me that?
What you mean? Why did I tell you that?
Yeah, why was yesterday the first time that you ever mentioned giving Threat the Infinity?
Because y'all sitting here like y'all know what y'all talking about when y'all don't.
So why didn't you tell the police that back in 2015?
Because I ain't trying to go to jail.
Why would you go to jail for giving someone a car?
The same way y'all take me to jail for everything else.
Okay. But is there a crime to give someone a car?
Sustained.
Why did you think you would get in trouble for giving someone a car?
I don't recall.
Were you trying to insinuate because you gave Threat the car that Threat must have had something to do with Nut's murder?
Huh?
In telling me yesterday that you gave the Infinity to Threat, were you trying to infer that Threat must have had something to do with Nut's murder?
I don't know what Threat did.
Okay, so why did you tell me about giving Threat the Infinity?
Because you put me up here to tell the truth.
Okay. Is there some truth? Did Threat kill Nut?
I got to answer that.
Yeah. Do you have an answer?
I don't know what Threat did.
Okay. Back in 2015, did you tell the police that Threat killed Nut?
No.
Okay. Did you tell police that other individuals killed Nut?
I'm gonna protect Threat.
Okay. But you didn't protect the other people that you talked about?
Me and Threat been friends since 2001.
Okay. Are you closer to Shannon than you are to Threat?
I'm closer to threat than I am any person in the street.
Okay, but when you were talking about who you were close with, you never mentioned Threat to the police back in 2015, is that correct?
That's my partner in crime.
Okay, but in 2015, when they asked you, who were you closest to? You never mentioned Threat, correct?
Right? Because I know the police trying to get me.
Okay, but you talked about being very close to Little D, correct?
Because the D is a pretty boy.
You talked about being very close to Shannon, correct?
Because Shannon is a pretty boy too.
Okay, but all the pictures, do you remember the pictures that we showed you back in June?
Right?
They only had you, Shannon, and Little D primarily, correct?
This one, I'm not on that other type of time.
Okay. W- Do you have a lot of pictures with Threat?
Yes.
Okay. Back in 2015.
Throughout we have a lot of pictures together.
Why would you tell on Shannon and not on Threat when you're talking about the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Because telling is being honest. Lying is lying. I'm gonna protect. Right?
Why would you make up anything on Shannon when you said to the police,
It's
those
easy.
are your friends, even though they're pretty boys, those are your friends. So why would you make it up as to Shannon and not tell the police about Threat?
Because the thing is, if a person ain't do it, they ain't do it. So no matter what I tell the police, they didn't do it. So I ain't gotta be like, okay, I'm telling the truth by saying they did it. Okay, they didn't do it, so the police can't lock them up for something they didn't do.
Are
But
you-
if I say Threat did it and Threat actually did it, then it's a different story.
Are you telling us that Threat did it?
I ain't say Threat did nothing.
Okay. So did Threat kill Donovan?
I don't know.
Are you now bringing anything about Threat because he's deceased and now can't come in here and defend himself with whatever it is that you're saying?
I'm up here to tell the truth. You going back into the past and I done told you 1.5 times that I don't lie. So you put me up here to tell the truth. The truth of the matter was I gave Threat the car.
Okay. And that's all that you did was gave Threat the car.
That's all I recall.
And you gave him the car at the studio. And once you gave him the car, what did you do?
I don't recall.
Did you go home to Deshaun's house?
I don't recall.
So how is that you recall giving Threat the car, but you can't remember anything else that day?
I probably geeked up.
Geeked up when, now or then?
I don't do drugs now.
Okay, so how is it today? You can remember that you gave Threat the car, but you can't remember anything else you did back in January 2015.
I don't recall
You don't recall what?
nothing.
Okay, so you don't recall that Threat gave you that you gave the car to Threat?
That's what you want me to say?
I want you to answer truthfully, Mr. Copeland.
I think I just said I don't recall.
Now, yesterday you testified that Gaither and the police were out to get you. Is that fair? That you said that yesterday?
You told me yourself that they did me wrong.
I asked you a specific question.
Yes.
Okay. Isn't it true that in 2015 you would call Gaither if something happened in the streets?
Because I'm playing on her.
Okay. But isn't it true that in the January interview that you met with Gaither and Dennis, you called her to let her know that they were shooting at you?
Because I ain't no telling what I did back to them.
Okay. And it was after you called her that you went to the studio.
I
correct?
don't recall calling no gate and telling her anything. I don't recall.
In the interview, didn't she tell you, I waited up here for you because you called me?
I don't recall.
And that she was actually getting ready to get off of work, but since you called her, she waited for you.
I don't recall.
All right. Isn't it true that in the February interview, after you were shot at and your daughter and your child's mother was shot at, When they told you you needed to give the gun to someone, you said, I'm gonna call Gaither and I'm gonna give it to Gaither.
I don't recall.
Isn't it also true in May of 2015, when you were originally detained at the Dunbar Center with the gun, that they took you over to Turner Field because you asked to speak to Gaither?
I don't recall.
No. And that Gaither met you at Turner Field, correct?
That's a lie.
She didn't meet you at Turner Field?
You got the police report. The police they got me said that every time they get me, they gotta notify the gang unit to come get me
Did you?
when they touch me.
So you did not call and ask for them to speak to Gaither?
No,
And did you meet with Gaither at Turner Field?
no, I was in the back of the police car in handcuffs.
Did Gaither meet you at Turner Field while you were back in the car in handcuffs?
I don't recall.
And matter of fact, that day, did you get released
And, huh?
from Turner Field? Did you get released?
Yeah, I guess.
Did you go to jail the day that you met Gaither at Turner Field? Did you go to jail that day?
I don't think so. I don't know.
Okay. You didn't get arrested for that gun at the Dunbar Center until June of 2015, correct?
I guess.
And isn't it true that even after you got arrested in June of 2015, that once you were in jail, you called Gaither multiple times to speak to her from jail?
I don't recall calling her from jail.
You don't recall having Deshaun call Gaither multiple times for you?
I don't recall.
And then she want Gaither to come and meet with you at the jail so you can give her more information?
Speak on the facts. If she want that gun and she keep asking me for a gun and I ain't giving her the gun, what make you think I'm getting her truthful information? If I trust her so much and I always call her, why I won't get her the gun? It's self-explanatory.
Didn't you tell her you didn't give her the gun because Shannon had taken the gun to Miami or taken the gun while he was on tour with Doug?
No, I don't know what I don't told her, but I'm not gonna give her no evidence on me.
And wasn't Deshaun actually frustrated with you because you wanted to call Gaither so much and she didn't want you to call and speak to Gaither?
Cause Deshaun knew what I was doing.
I want to go back to the February 20th interview. Now, I just asked you about Detective Gaither and speaking with her. Isn't it true that in the February 20th interview, you told Detective, I had came down here and talked to Officer Gaither and somehow word hit the street. I told Gaither a lot of stuff, but it did not get out. But just this time it hit the streets. Now people looking at me sideways. Do you recall telling the detectives that?
I don't recall nothing I told. I don't recall what I don't told the detectives. I tell them anything that what they'll go for, what I think I can convince them to go for.
And did you also tell the detectives the detectives told you that you needed to actually keep in touch with Gaither and lay very low. And you told them, I'll keep in touch with her and I'm going to give her the gun.
Did I give her the gun?
I didn't ask you that. I asked you, what did you tell the police?
I don't recall what I told them, but I would have told them anything to get them out my face.
Now, back in 2015, did people believe that you were the reason that you were a bad influence?
Can you repeat that question?
Sure. Back in 2015, did you tell police that you were the reason that Thug's name kept coming up?
I'll
And-
allow that. That's. Okay. Thought that might be a different question, but you can ask that question.
Thank you. In the February interview, did you tell the police that you were the reason that Thug's name was getting involved in all of this beef and drama with YFN and If Gang?
I don't recall. Nothing I told the police.
Okay. Did you say to the police, I heard someone say, I'm the reason. They said that I pulled Thug into this. I'm the reason they bring Thug name up. Thug has something to do with it because of me. Folks going around saying I'm trying to mess up his career. How the hell am I messing up his career? I had nothing to do with it. I didn't. I don't know what the hell is going. Sorry. I had nothing to do with this. I didn't. I don't know what the hell is going on.
I would tell the police anything to get them out my face.
Okay. Now, after this February interview, were you then arrested later on that day on a probation violation?
Y'all locked me up so many times. I don't keep record of this stuff.
Okay. Going back to the pictures from yesterday. I'm showing you 378 Yankee Charlie 1 and 378 Yankee Delta 1. Is Yankee Charlie 1 February 20th, 2015?
How I supposed to know which one of them is it?
Look at 378 Yankee Charlie 1. Do you see that on the paper?
Okay,
Do you see the date that's on the top?
Friday.
What's the day?
Friday.
What's the
All right,
date?
we already established yesterday it was February 20th, so
Yeah.
just ask the question.
Looking at both of those, is one you're in the jumpsuit and one you are not in the jumpsuit?
Right.
Okay. And is one on the February 20th and the other one on February 21st?
Oh, okay, yeah.
Okay. So after you left your interview on February 20th, were you arrested on a probation violation?
Huh?
After you left the interview on February 20th, were you arrested on a probation violation? The next day, are you in
Oh,
blue
yes.
jumpsuit?
You said when I left,
Okay. Do you remember when you were arrested?
the papers got the next day. I don't know if it's the same day or the next day.
Okay. But when you came back, you spoke to Detective Gaither on the second time on February 21st, correct?
This what it looked like in the picture.
All right. And during that interview, she was trying to get you to tell them what happened regarding the shooting of your child and the shooting at you, your child, and your child's mother, correct?
I recall.
And during that interview, you actually begin the interview not talking about the shooting, but talking about what was happening between If Gang and you, because people thought you killed Nut, correct?
I don't recall. What I told the investigators, I was just saying whatever come out of the top of my dome to get them out for me.
And during that interview, did you then again reiterate to Detective Gaither that you did not kill Nut and you didn't have anything to do with it,
I
correct?
don't recall what I told no investigator.
And you also began to tell Detective Gaither again what occurred the night that Nut was murdered, once you learned that Nut was murdered, correct?
I don't recall nothing I told the investigators.
Okay. You also told Detective Gaither in this interview that you learned from Little D that Nut got killed.
That's what I told the police.
Is that what you told Detective Gaither?
I don't recall nothing I told the investigators. If you call me here to tell the truth, you gotta stop going back into the past.
Okay. And you also told her about being at Carver home at your baby mom's house that earlier in the day that Nut got killed, correct?
I don't recall nothing I told, who you said I said this to?
Detective Gaither.
I don't recall nothing I said to Gate.
And matter of fact, you told her that you came down on your own that morning to let the police know that you had nothing to do with Nut's murder, correct?
I don't recall nothing I told the investigators.
Now, did you also talk to Detective Gaither about your fear of being labeled a snitch?
I don't recall.
Okay. When she asked you to tell her about who shot at you and your child's mother, you told her, I try my best, man, to just because if I help you tell you anything and make it even worse. And she asked, what makes it worse? Now I'm a snitch. Now this and that.
I don't recall.
And she asked you, you worried about snitching? And you said, I just want to get out of jail and just stay out the way.
I don't recall.
Now, you also talked to Detective Gaither in the same interview about Trivia as well, correct?
I don't recall.
And you told Detective Gaither that Trivia provides a lot of information about Kel to Muntul,
I don't recall.
and that's where you all get a lot of your information regarding Ifgang, correct?
I don't recall.
And that's because Trivia was dating Shell Kel and Muntul, correct?
I don't know who she date.
Okay. Did you tell Detective Gaither that Trivia was dating both Muntul and Shell Kel?
I don't recall nothing that I made up to the police.
Now, we just talked about you calling Gaither the night that they were shooting at you on the highway. Do you recall yourself today calling Gaither the night that they shot at you on the highway?
No, I don't recall.
Okay. Now, do you recall Detective Gaither in this interview asking you who shot at you, your child, and your child's mother,
I don't recall.
and that you told her that the person looks like you think it was Tay?
I don't recall.
Do you also recall telling Detective Gaither in this interview, which is now February 21st of 2015, that after they shot at you on the highway, that people from the opposite gang posted it on Instagram? So people from If Gang posted it on Instagram?
I don't recall.
Did you also tell Detective Gaither you had concerns that if people learned that you were talking to police and it gets out, it was going to make this stuff get worse for you? You're staring. Are you going to respond?
I don't recall.
Okay. in this February interview, did you tell detectives that you knew it was Tay because you knew what he looked like and that you used to play ball with him at Carver?
My right hand to God, Tay never shot me and my child and my baby mom.
I asked you, did you tell detectives?
I don't recall.
Yeah. And that you had concern because you had brought him to your house before.
I don't recall.
And matter of fact, didn't you send Detective Gaither a picture of Tay from Instagram telling her that this is the person who you believe shot at you?
I don't recall.
And matter of fact, when you were speaking with her, she said to you, you can start out by who is it? You sent me this picture. Which one is it? And you responded, it's the guy standing by in the brown.
Say that again.
When she asked you if it was the Instagram picture that you sent to her, when you were identifying Tay, she asked you, you can start out by who is it? You sent me this picture. Which one is it? And your response was, it's the guy standing by in the brown.
I don't recall.
As it relates to being a snitch, did you also tell Detective Gaither that you were concerned being labeled a snitch because other individuals were being tortured because they were considered being a rat?
You done?
Yes, the question is finished.
Being a snitch is someone who telling the police the truth.
Okay. Were you concerned being labeled a snitch because you were telling the truth to the detectives back in January 2015?
I done did so much stuff in my life. Being labeled a snitch, I don't recall.
Okay. Specifically, you told her, I see how boy is living. And she asked you, how's he living? And you said, hell, he gets tortured everywhere he go. He a fucking rat, this and that. And I turn around, I'm in the same shoes he is. I don't know if he did whatever he had going on. I have not done none of this. It's just like, only reason I know this much information is because I be around so many people. I get the word.
It's cap.
Okay. And when we say it's cap, what does that mean?
I don't recall.
Earlier, you said that the person that you be with the most is Threat back in 2015, correct?
No, I say this my best friend.
That's your best friend. In this interview in February of 2020, when you were asked, who were you around? Isn't it true that you said, it's only two people I fuck with, Shannon and Little D. If I'm not with Shannon, me and Little D, we together all the time.
I wasn't gonna tie myself in with Threat.
Why? At this point in time, why?
I don't recall.
Okay. And you said, matter of fact, yeah, we together all the time. The only two I've been with.
I don't recall.
Now, you're saying that you were lying to the detectives. When they asked you for the gun, did you tell Detective Gaither, listen, Gaither, I tell you, I'm not going to lie, man. I'm going to get you the gun. He didn't want to give me the gun. This and that. I told the detectives, give me a couple of days and I want to get the gun for you. And isn't it true? Is that what excuse me, do you recall telling Detective Gaither that?
I don't recall telling her that. I don't know what I tell Gator anything, but one thing I ain't gonna do, I ain't gonna be no fool.
Okay.
I'm not giving myself up.
And isn't it true that in June, you finally gave Detective Gaither the reason why you could not give her the gun?
Cause she caught me again, right? I
Isn't
don't
it-
recall what I don't say in no interview, but I'm not stupid to get a police no gun. Especially Gator.
In this February 21st interview, did you also tell Detective Gaither again about this meeting with a man named Mo? And he gave you 97 days to live. Did you tell Detective Gaither about this meeting?
I don't recall.
Isn't it true? You told Detective Gaither Mo said I have 97 days to live. If I ain't dead in 97 days, they gonna shoot a Mechanicsville until they kill me. The word come back to me. Moonsoon seen somebody downtown. They were If Gang. He's like, damn, what up with y'all? What y'all got going on? Niggas like, it was a misunderstanding, bro. They made it seem like we come to get everybody. We beefing with the whole If Gang. Nah, it's just Kel and everybody up under Kel, and they all beefing with me.
But I would post up in the middle of my neighborhood every day.
Okay. Were you all beefing with the whole If Gang?
I don't recall.
And when you say we were beefing with the whole If Gang, were you talking about YSL?
I'm from Mechanicsville.
Now, during that interview in February 21st, do you recall another detective coming to speak with you about an unrelated issue?
No, I don't know.
Okay. Do you recall someone coming in and talking to you about another murder?
If you say,
Okay. And during that interview, she talked to you about being a part of YSL, correct?
I don't recall. What I talked to with any of these police is about, I just know that I was trying to get them off of me. And I'm finna make up whatever, if they bring up whatever topic, I'm finna make up something to get them off of me. I'm a victim in every situation. I'm an innocent in everything I do.
Do you recall her asking you, you was Billy Blood, and your response was, I was, but, and she didn't ask you, what are you now? And your response is, that's the point. They got mad because I didn't go back with Inglewood because I hang with Thug and I'm YSL.
I don't recall saying that.
And then you also continue to say that the Inglewood family people were also mad at Little D because he used to be Inglewood. And when he got in, excuse me, strike that. You also continue to say that Inglewood was mad at Little D as well, correct?
I don't recall.
And that when Little D got jumped by MDC, they laughed at him because they thought YSL should have helped him out in the club.
YSL is not a game. So you can't, y'all keep trying to attach that to things that go on. If YSL was a game and you saying that I was Billy Blood and the D was If Gang, how the hell, excuse my language, how would all us be YSL if we all supposed to be this and that and that? It don't make sense. But you're a gang, you only gonna be one thing.
Doesn't YSL have both Blood and Crip gang members?
YSL is a record label.
Were you ever signed to YSL as a record label?
Y'all keep locking me up.
Were you ever signed to YSL as a record label?
No,
When you got out of jail and you were doing your rap videos, were you signed to YSL?
I was signed to somebody else.
Okay, so you've never been on YSL, the record label, correct?
Okay.
Okay. So when we're talking about you was Billy Blood, but now I'm with Thug and them, I'm YSL. Billy Blood is not a record label,
But when,
correct?
but when you speaking on gang,
Is Billy Blood a record label?
All right, well, he didn't seem to be answering. Go ahead and answer the question that's on the floor.
Is Billy Blood a record label?
I don't know what Billy Blood is.
So when she asked
Good
you,
morning,
bro,
ladies and gentlemen. Good
she
morning.
asked you was Billy Blood. You said I was, but
I'm talking to the police, so I don't recall what I don't say to them. But when you're trying to say gang, it's a difference. When you put that gang on things, you go into where I was. I was a 30 deep gang member. You can't say I was a YSL gang member. YSL was never considered a gang.
when
Y'all making it a gang.
when you responded, I didn't go back to Inglewood because I hang with Thug and I'm YSL. Did you say I'm part of YSL, a record label?
So listen. It's not a gang. You know what I mean? It don't matter how y'all try to put it, how y'all trying to see it. A gang is these people right here, everybody right here, and everybody. You can't put Crips and Bloods together and say that this is a gang. Because if the Crips and Bloods get into it and everybody just saying that, you know, they YSL, they got to pick what they're going to choose. You can't say, like when I was down the road and then people like, oh, there's Woody. He be with Young Thug, such. And the Blood's like, well, he not Blood. And then the Crips like, well, so when they get in, it don't make sense.
I get it.
Y'all don't know what y'all
You got to
talking about.
choose
Y'all
a
just trying to
side.
make something more than what
Are
it
you
is.
red
It's
or
not.
you
Is
blue?
Duke a Crip?
But
I
when the
don't know.
pops
Ask Duke.
off,
I'm asking you.
it's,
I don't recall.
it's not a
Okay.
rainbow
Is Duke
game.
part of
You
YSL?
got to be a Crip or you're
Ask Duke.
I'm asking you.
But we speaking on gang.
I asked you a simple question. Is Duke a Crip?
I don't know. I'm not a Crip. Never was.
That's not what I asked you.
I can't tell you who's a Crip and who's a Blood.
Do you know if Duke is a Crip?
I know I'm a
asked
civilian.
and answered.
Overruled.
Do you know if Duke is a Crip?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you know if Duke is a member of YSL?
I don't recall.
Also, in this February interview with Detective Gaither, did you also speak to her about the gambling house shooting that occurred in Lakewood?
I don't recall.
Did you tell her the whole time it come back on Kel and them? Because there's a little gambling house we go hang out and gamble. We go there, we gamble, we come out and leave. Kel and them in the bushes. Kel, Stewie, they never mentioned the third person name. They in the bushes. They start shooting at us, and they shot so many times. Shit, I was just glad to be alive.
I don't recall.
And when she asked,
Simone
you
got a
what
mouth
gambling
on
house,
her.
you
Oh
said in
my
Lakewood.
goodness.
They shot so many times. So damn near shot everybody's car, but they missed everybody and grazed one person across his back. But when the police come,
Shout out to the GOAT,
Can't
Chuck
hit already
Creekmore,
left.
all hip hop in the
Couple
building.
people
Shout
left,
out to
but
my
it
guy,
was Kel.
Chuck.
you
I don't recall.
Perhaps we can get Chuck up here today because Chuck is a legend in the culture of hip hop, and he knows as well as I know that this trial is going too long. This is hip hop on trial. YSL is not a gang, according to what young Woody,
And
ladies and
the fact
gentlemen.
you told
You ever
Detective
saw that picture I
Gaither,
took
the
yesterday?
reason why you found out it was Kel is
He
because
showed
she
some
got
love
into
to the
it with
media
Gucci Red,
yesterday.
and she came back and told you all that it was Kel that shot up the gambling house.
I'm talking to the police. I'm going to tell them anything to get them out my face. I don't recall what I don't told them. So you keep asking me the same, these questions about what I told the police. Ask me about what's going on today. I don't recall about no lies I don't told in the past.
Back
Mind
in
you, it's been 9
2015,
years
were you
ago.
afraid to come to court to testify if you had to against Tay?
Can you say it again?
Sure. back in 2015, when you had this interview with Detective Gaither, were you afraid that you would have to come to court to testify against Tay?
Miss Hibbs, you know I'm not afraid of nothing that's walking on this earth. You know that.
That's right.
Looking
Gangster.
at that interview, did you tell Detective Gaither, if I describe him in your case, I will have to come to court?
I don't recall. What I don't told the investigator, whatever you call them.
And then you also asked Detective Gaither, if you point him out, meaning Tay, that's going to make it in his discovery packet.
I don't recall. Nothing I don't told the investigators.
It's almost like she's trying to testify to the jurors
And matter of fact,
and try to get
Detective Gaither
information
said
in
to
there.
me,
I could
I
be
mean,
wrong,
You identify him, you a victim.
but
I'm not
it
going to
doesn't
sit here
appear
and
as
lie
she's
to
trying to
you
get things
and
into the
say
jurors.
it's not going to eventually come out.
I don't recall. Nothing I told the investigators.
And you told her, man, I know if I do this, shit just going to get worse and worse.
Miss Hibbs, I don't recall. Nothing I don't told the investigators.
And you continue to say, nah, I'm worried about he get locked up, he get the discovery. See, I circle his picture and put my name on there. And he gonna send it to the street, say I told on him. And they gonna put it on Instagram and Twitter, and they gonna tell everybody. And then I'm gonna just be like, boy, then nobody won't be around me.
But the God honest truth is he never shot at me.
But back in 2015, your concern was if you pointed him out, you'd be labeled a snitch, correct?
No, my concern was if they locked him up for something he didn't do. You know what I mean? Like, I don't recall, you know what I mean? I don't recall what I don't told the investigators, but telling them the truth be the last thing I ever do.
And matter of fact, you kept asking, I'm gonna have to come to court, correct?
I don't recall what I just said to the investigators.
At some point, Judge Whitaker has to tell the prosecutor to move on. Get to your
And
point.
at that point,
He's
she
not
tried to encourage you
cooperating.
to
He's already been
pick him out
ruled
of
a
the photographic
hostile
evidence,
witness.
correct?
I don't recall.
And then you asked her, what do I have to do then? And she asked you, what you have to do then what? And he said, after I snitch. And she said to you, it's not snitching, it's telling the truth. If you call it snitching, you circle the person you know that shot at you.
It's snitching when you telling the truth.
And that's what your concern was, correct?
Not if y'all sitting here trying to make me say somebody shot at me that they didn't shoot at me. But if this way it's gonna take, because they keep saying here, you gonna let people shoot at you while you got your child? I'm tired of you keep asking me something. I don't know who shot at me. If I knew who shot at me, I don't recall.
So I want to ask the question. Is it snitching when you tell them the truth? Or is it snitching when you're just sitting down with the police? Because he says he finesses. So maybe he was just trying to spin them. So I don't know. Maybe everything he said was just bogus to the cops. And I think if he drives that point home to the jurors, they're not gonna convict these defendants, particularly Young Thug, in my opinion.
Now, you said that everything you told the detectives is a lie. But didn't you also tell detectives that every time you hung around with Young Thug, he told you he was gonna show you some new shit? That he's gonna show you a new way of life?
I don't recall what I done told the investigators.
Was that a lie?
I don't recall what I told the investigators.
Did Young Thug tell you at some point in time back in 2015 he was gonna show you a new life?
What the hell? My life was all right. So I don't recall him telling me that.
Did you travel with Thug on tour?
No, I never traveled with him on tour.
Did you ever travel with him on a plane?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Did you ever go to Miami with him?
Yes, I have.
Did he ever give you money to post up in the club?
Nope. Like I want to pay somebody your money.
Did you tell the police that he would give you money at times to flash in the club?
I tell
at your house, correct?
No, they locked me up at Deshaun house,
Excuse me, at Deshaun's house, correct?
right?
So I'm asking, between the time you were released in March and the time that you got arrested in June at Deshaun's house, did you go back to jail at any other time between when you were released and when you got locked up?
Yeah, I
at
think I went to jail like 3-4 days after I got out.
And was that in Henry County?
Yes,
Do you remember how long you stayed in Henry County?
it went no day or nothing. I stayed in there for a little minute.
When you say a little minute, would that be about a month?
Probably, yeah, I think so, a month.
All right, guys. Sorry about that. We had a
Another
slight
time y'all
glitch.
arrested me.
Slight glitch, but we're back. How's the sound now? How's the sound?
Yep.
How's the sound, ladies and gentlemen?
Wilson County, correct?
Well, how did I never been here in Canada a day in my life, so why they locking me up? Because y'all told them to.
That's a different county, correct?
Y'all all work together.
Hey,
Henry County, a different county? Okay. Now, during this time between March and June, were you still being accused of killing Nut?
I don't know.
Did people did you still believe that people thought you killed Nut?
I don't recall.
Also during this time, isn't it true that you thought that Thug was trying to kill you as well?
Huh?
Between March of 2015 and June of 2015, did you believe that Thug was trying to kill you?
shout out to Romaine in the
Okay.
building. Row.
When you get arrested in June of 2015, you were frustrated. Is that fair to say?
Can you say that again?
When you got arrested in June of 2015, you were frustrated, correct?
I was.
Okay. You were upset that people were blaming you for something that you didn't do, correct?
No, I was upset. Y'all kept locking me up, and I was trying to get it. I don't recall.
Okay. Did you tell the police you were upset because people kept blaming you for something that you did not do?
I tell the police anything to finish my way out of jail.
And you also told the police that you thought Thug was trying to kill you, correct?
I tell the police anything to finish my way out of jail.
And it was during that June interview that you gave it all up, didn't you?
Gave what all up?
That you told about everything that happened the night of Donovan Thompson's murder.
I had enough time to I don't recall.
Judge Whitaker has to instruct this prosecutor to keep it moving. Keep it moving. Get to the meat and the potatoes. Because right now we getting some bad vegetables.
And in June, that interview started at 9:00 in the morning after they arrested you at Deshaun's house, correct?
If you say so.
And you were arrested at Deshaun's house for the gun that they found at the Dunbar Center in May of 2015, correct?
I think so.
And also when you got to Deshaun's house, you had another gun in the house for which
I ain't have nothing.
they found another gun in Deshaun's house, correct?
That's what they said.
And they brought you into headquarters to speak with you, correct? They brought you to headquarters to speak. You shook your head. Was that a yes?
Yes.
And in that interview, Detective Gaither was present, correct?
If you say.
Detective Dennis was also there.
If you say.
Okay. Did you also speak with an ATF agent?
If you say.
Do you recall speaking to an ATF agent?
I don't recall none.
Okay. And at some point in time in that interview, Thorpe came and spoke with you as well, correct?
Did he?
At some point in time, do
Okay.
you recall Thorpe coming to speak to you as well?
All right.
And then you also spoke with some internal affairs officers, correct?
I guess.
And this interview lasted at least, again, 9 hours, correct?
Felt like longer than that.
So he spoke to an ATF agent in internal affairs.
And when you first get into that
So
interview,
does this
you
go
tell
towards
Detective
the
Gaither that you
public
have not been hanging
corruption
around Shannon.
investigation that they were
Say
doing
it
early
again.
on?
When the interview talk
Something-
starts, you tell Detective
Something's
Gaither
not adding
that
up
you
here,
had
ladies and
not been
gentlemen.
hanging around Shannon anymore, correct?
I don't recall what I told the investigators, but believe me, if I'm not going to tell them the truth.
It sounds like they had a dirty cop. It sounds like they had a
And you
dirty
initially
cop
start the investigator saying that they're trying
and
to
or
kill you.
investigator or someone that was dirty. Because
Can you
if
say
you
that
have the
again?
internal affairs involved,
You told the investigators that they were trying to kill you,
That
oh,
who was
wait a
trying to kill
minute,
me.
wait a minute,
that
wait a
Thug and
minute.
them were trying to kill you.
I don't recall.
Do you recall, did you ever text Thug's sister, Dolly, to ask her if Thug was trying to kill you?
I don't recall.
Right. Do you recall telling the detectives that you texted Max and asked her if Thug was trying to kill you?
I don't recall what I done told these people. But I'm not going to tell them the truth. Keep telling you that.
And were you concerned that they were trying to kill you because you had told on them?
If I done told them, they would have been in jail if they did anything that I was telling on them about.
Did you tell the detectives that they were trying to kill you because they think you told on them?
And I'm like that.
Okay. Matter of fact, Detective Gates asked you, why is everybody in the world trying to kill you? And your response is, they think I told on them.
If you get in front of the police, play stupid, mislead them. I don't recall what I done told them. That's why I can't tell you, yeah, I remember telling them this. I don't recall.
Okay. And you actually provided the detectives with Dolly's phone number, correct?
I don't recall.
Okay. And Dolly's phone number at the time ended in 1990, correct?
I guess. I don't know.
And I'm calling her Dolly, but you actually called her Max, correct?
I don't recall.
And you told the detective that her name is actually Dolly White on Instagram.
I don't recall.
And you told the detectives that you called her and you asked her, your brother trying to get me killed, what the hell have I did to him?
I don't recall nothing I done made up and told the police.
And her response to you was just stop listening to everybody.
I'm delusional like that.
If you're delusional, why would you need to tell the detectives about a text message?
Because this is how I am. I'm going to justify myself. I'm already think ahead of time. I'm already try to make myself be prepared. I don't recall what I done told these people. I told you time after time after time. I done made this stuff up. I done made it all up. You still want to ignore it.
And when the detectives asked you, why would they be trying to kill you? You said, listen, when Nut got killed and police called me down here, I came down here and I told them, look, I don't know what the hell's going on. These police acting like they think I killed this man. I keep telling them this.
So they were trying to kill me. If he got killed in January and I got locked up in June, I would have, if there was truth, if they were trying to kill me. So they mean they were trying to kill me. And you said if game was trying to kill me, why ain't nobody kill me? Because last time I checked, I was in Mechanicville every single day. So y'all gonna go off without a lie to the police then? At this point, we wasting time right now.
Isn't that one of the questions you asked the police? I don't know why they haven't killed me yet because I'm always in Mechanicsville.
Keep it on. I don't know what you talk about. I don't recall nothing I said to the police.
I do agree with him.
also,
They are wasting
when they
time right
asked
now.
you- When they asked you who thought you were talking to the police or snitching, you told them that Thug was right there. Thug was there every time that you answered the phone to talk to the police.
I had to be the stupidest person in the world to answer a phone for the police in front of anybody. Why would I answer the phone in front of anybody with the police? That don't even make sense. You can just tell the police anything, they can go for it.
Okay. But did you tell the police that you would answer the phone in
I don't
front of
recall
Thug?
what. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Did you tell the police that you would answer the phone in front of Thug? So that's why they think you were snitching.
So they think I was snitching, and like you said, I was still around them. And you want them to be killers or whatever you want them to be. Why I didn't die? Why I'm not dead? Why
Didn't you ask that same question to Detective Gaither?
I don't know what I don't ask them, but it's just
And you said the same thing. I'm in Mechanicsville every day. So if they want me to be killed, why haven't they killed me yet? That's the same question you asked Detective Gaither, correct?
you telling me or you asking me?
I'm
It
asking
sound
that
like
what
she's
also
telling
told
you.
Detective Gaither.
You asking me. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So you can't pick and choose what I'm telling the truth about, what I'm lying about. I can't say the word what I'm trying to say because you don't want me cursing.
Okay. So the point is, did you tell Detective Gaither the same thing you're telling here is, why haven't they killed me yet? I've been in Mechanicsville every single day.
I tell the investigators anything so that I'm innocent, I look innocent, and I ain't guilty of nothing. Are we clear?
I understand what you're saying today.
Okay.
Let's talk about what you told the police back in 2015. Back in
Oh,
2015,
she came back with the
you still haven't
sassy.
answered this question. Did you tell the detectives the same thing that you're saying here today, which is, I don't know why they haven't killed me yet because I'm in Mechanicsville every day.
So
So
what you saying?
I'm answering that question. Did you tell the detective the same thing you're
I
saying?
don't
here
know
today?
what I don't told the investigator. I asked them that 30,000 times already. I don't recall what I don't told them. But what I'm telling you
Not
is, if
exactly
somebody wanted to kill
30,000,
me or
but a
somebody
lot.
wanted to kill me, it wasn't hard to kill me. I was outside, still ill.
All right.
And
During
ladies
the
and
same
gentlemen,
interview,
he is outside. When I pulled up to him yesterday, I don't think he was
you were
happy to see me,
concerned that Thug did not want you.
but he was outside.
Correct.
Shout out to Caleb Bumpus
I'm
as
talking
well.
to the police. They're trying to tie this man into me.
Okay. Did you tell the police in that interview he did something, he got rid of me? And they asked you, what do you mean? He ain't want me hanging around him no more. I'm like, what the hell? You feel what I'm saying? What the hell? This N-word don't want me around. I get to asking Shannon and them. And Shannon's like, I don't know.
If 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 they wanted me dead, they knew where I laid my head at. They could have easily called me, be like, come here and kill me if they were living like that.
And then they asked you, why doesn't matter Thug if he talking to police?
He
or
has a
not?
good point.
If he had no say so,
He has a
what
good point
happened with
there.
Nut? You know what's going on. And your response is between us. I want to say they had something to do with it. Who was they?
Don't
All of
pull.
them.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Don't pull them in my shenanigans. I keep telling you that y'all got me here to be truthful.
All right. And when you said all of them, and Detective Gates asked you Thug and who, and you said Shannon and Beezy, all of them been acting funny towards me.
I don't know if you know, which you already know, that I don't run behind nobody. So when the investigators are questioning me, I'm gonna say whatever to spin them to get them off of me.
Okay. And at that point, they asked you, how long have you known Shannon? And you said longer than Thug has. And they asked, have you known Shannon for a good part of your adult life? And you said we went to school together.
Because I knew my motive. My motive was to put the blame on them to get it off of me.
And then they asked you, you tell them, I'm gonna tell you the truth. They did it.
I don't recall nothing I don't told the police.
And you said, I can't say who did it. And they said, who was they?
You finished?
Mhm.
I don't recall nothing I told the police.
And your response was, I can't say who did it. This is how I know did it. Thug and them don't know which one did it. I was at the house. And you begin going into what happened on the night of the murder. Is that correct?
I don't recall nothing I told the police.
You told the police back in this June 10th, 2015 interview, baby mama, she woke up and I'm like, where you at? She at the Family Dollar on Auburn. And she's on the way. And you're telling the detective, this is the night of the murder. Do you remember this?
I don't recall nothing I told the police.
And he said, is it true? After that night, the murder happened, I called Thug. He always answered for me. I FaceTime him. He hung it up. I'm like, damn, I called D. And D like, where you at?
I don't recall nothing I told the police. I made it all up.
And they clarified, D, is that the Mickey-on?
You asking me?
I am.
I don't
She's
recall nothing.
what's the objection there?
And then she said, yeah, the Mickey-on. I don't talk to the one from Cleveland. D. I don't talk from D on Cleveland.
Oh,
I'm about to get,
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
you want to take a break?
No, you good.
Okay. I'm about to get this car, this white Charger. Do you recall telling the detectives that you were going to get your brother's white Charger?
I tell the investigators anything, long as it ain't telling on myself.
He said, all right, I go to my brother's house.
But did you tell
He
anyone
gonna
else?
give me the car.
That's the
And
question.
I pulled up to the green store.
I don't recall nothing I told the investigators.
You then told him again, I called Thug. I ain't called D, and he didn't answer.
I think you just asked me that, and I just told you I don't recall nothing I said to the investigators.
Lawyers, what are you doing?
You then tell the detective, I pull up at the green store. I talked to Little Reddy, me and Little Reddy talking, and D said he was on Cleveland. So then you went over to Cleveland.
I don't even know who Loretta is, but I don't recall nothing I talked to, none that I told the detectives or whatever y'all want me to say.
You then tell the detectives that you leave from Mechanicsville and you pull up to the McDonald's on Cleveland Avenue.
I don't recall nothing I don't told the investigators.
And
You did you see what just happened?
do you recall going to
They're
the
sneaking
McDonald's?
those notes
I don't
over. They're
recall
passing
nothing.
kites.
Okay.
Adrian
And
Loves passed the
you
kite
told
to
the
the
detectives when you pulled up to
prosecutor, who
McDonald's
in turn is going to
that D
give
was
it
with
to
Bentley and them.
Miss
I
Simone.
don't recall
Let's
nothing.
see. Let's see what they got.
And it's Bentley, OG Bentley.
She's going to grab
Alright,
that
copy
note
that.
off the desk. She's going to walk over there and grab that.
And when they
I,
asked you who
I
else
saw
was
the
with you,
move.
you
I
told
saw
them
it.
Nard. And you said, hold on, I think I'm lying. It was a white Jeep. It was Nard, D, Bentley, Shannon, and Ye. And all of them were in the Jeep.
I don't recall nothing I told to the police.
Okay. Do you recall being at the McDonald's and seeing Demekion, Nard, Bentley, and Shannon in a white nitro?
I don't recall nothing.
And this was the nitro that Bentley has.
I don't recall nothing.
Okay. And do you recall D getting out of the vehicle and getting into your car?
I don't recall nothing.
And you told the detectives that D got out, and when D got out of the car, he got in a car with you.
I don't know how many times I gotta keep telling you I don't recall nothing.
Okay. Isn't it true that when D got in your car, he told you they just killed Nut?
I don't recall nothing.
Isn't it true that you told the detectives in this June interview, Demekion said they just killed Nut?
I don't recall nothing.
And when he said that, that's when Nard got into your car.
I don't recall nothing.
And is it true that once Nard got into the car, you stopped talking about the murder with Demekion?
I don't recall nothing.
Okay. Isn't it true that's what you told the detectives?
I don't recall.
Okay. Once Nard got in the call, did you have some concern about why D stopped talking?
I don't recall.
Is it true that you told the detectives when Nard got in the call, I'm like, D stopped talking. And I'm like, why the hell D stopped talking? I ain't say nothing. I'm in the car riding.
I don't recall.
While you were in the call with D and Nard, did Moonson call you?
I don't recall.
Okay. Is it true that you told the detectives Moonson FaceTime you and said, Nut just got shot, boy?
Nothing I said was true. Why you keep asking me, is it true? I don't recall nothing I said to the police.
And your response to Moonson was, I'm like, I just heard it, boy. He said your name on Instagram. And you said, I'm just getting out of the house. I ain't had no parts of it.
Yeah. I don't recall nothing.
Isn't it true that's what you told the detectives? That after once Moonson called you, he said to you, I just heard it, boy. He said your name.
I'm sorry.
He said your name on Instagram. I'm just getting out of the house. I didn't have any parts of it.
I don't recall.
And they asked you who was Nard.
I don't recall.
Do you know who Nard is?
When you asked me that back there, what I told you?
Do you know who Nard is?
No, I told you back there. I didn't know who Nard was.
Have you ever seen Nard?
I don't recall nothing. I don't told the investigators.
My question to you is, have you ever seen Nard?
I don't recall.
And when they asked you who Nard was, is it true you told the police that Nard was locked up?
I'm trying to make. I don't recall.
And they asked you what he was locked up for, and you told them what he was locked up for.
I don't recall.
Then they continued to get more information. When Nard got into the car, you said, D, stop talking. Once you left McDonald's, where did you go?
I don't recall. I don't even recall going to McDonald's. I don't recall nothing that you talking about. I don't recall no lie that I told the investigators. You got me here to tell the truth, but you keep asking me about some lies I don't made up.
Is it true that you told the detectives y'all got on the expressway?
Nothing I said is true. I don't recall.
And is it true that you told the detectives that they followed you, that you were following the Nitro up to Thug's house?
I don't recall.
Okay. And isn't it true then you said you followed them to Thug's house, and you said once you dropped off Demekion and Nard at Thug's house.
I don't recall.
Do you recall going to Thug's house the night that Donovan Thomas was murdered?
I don't recall.
Did you tell? Isn't it true you told the detective? So we followed him to Thug's house. He stayed downtown at the Sky House.
I don't recall.
Did Thug stay at the Sky House back in 2015?
I don't recall.
Isn't it true that once you got to Thug's house, that Nard got out of the car?
I don't recall.
Isn't it true you told the detectives that once you got to Thug's house, Nard got out of the vehicle?
I don't recall.
Is it true that when Nard got out of the vehicle, Demekion told you they just killed Nut?
I don't recall.
Is it true that's what you told the detectives? That once Nard got out of the car, he told you, Demekion told you they just killed Nut?
I don't recall. No lie I told the police.
And isn't it true that when Demekion told you they just killed Nut, he pointed in the direction of Thug, Nard, and Shannon, who was getting out of the car?
I tell the police anything get them out my face.
And
I do not recall one thing I told the police.
and isn't it true you told the detective? You told detectives your response is, I'm like who? And he just pointed towards Nard and them.
I don't recall.
Isn't it true that you then told Demekion, you know what, I'm not going to get caught up in all of this?
I don't recall.
After that, then they asked you, why do they think that you did it?
I don't recall.
And your response was, because me and Kel get into it.
I don't recall.
And they asked you, what does Nard have to do with it?
I don't recall.
And you told the detectives, this is what I want to tell you. I think Thug and Nut had problems with each other.
I don't recall.
And weren't you telling the detectives information that you learned from Demekion?
I don't recall.
And they actually asked you if Demekion would come down there and talk with them, correct?
I don't recall.
And you told them, I don't think he's going to come down because when you gave them Demekion's number the first time, Demekion never called them.
I don't recall.
And you actually told the detectives you encouraged Demekion to call the police.
I don't recall.
And you told the detectives, I told D, I love you too much. I helped you. These niggas not for you, bro. And you going to go with them.
I don't recall.
Didn't D tell you that they hid the car and the guns after the murder of Donovan Thomas?
I don't recall.
Isn't that what you told the detectives, that D told you that they hid the car and the guns?
I tell the detectives anything they want to hear. If they go for it, they go for it. I don't recall.
And didn't you tell the detective it was a gray car?
I don't know. I don't recall what I told them.
And you said you knew what the car was because you had saw the car on video.
I don't recall what I don't told them.
And they asked you whether or not it was a Pontiac. And you told them that it was not a Pontiac.
I tell them anything. As long as I throw them out, that's how they matter.
You also told them that it was a rental vehicle, correct?
I tell them anything to throw them out.
And although you're telling us today that you said anything to throw them off, isn't it true that you told the detectives, I promise you, I ain't lying. I hate jail. I'll be damned. The nigga tried to kill me and my child.
I do hate jail. And I would tell the police anything to throw them out.
My question for you is, isn't it true that you told the detectives, I promise you, I ain't lying. I hate jail. I'll be damned. The nigga tried to kill me and my child.
I don't recall.
Ms. Hilton, let's take a break. It's about time for our morning break. Let's take 10 minutes or so. Okay.
I know you couldn't hear me. There's just a sidebar. Just waiting for the other attorneys to come up. Okay, they turned the sound off in the courtroom because the judges gave them a break. So going to the cell right now. Okay. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, Lil Woody recollection hasn't sharpened since yesterday. He hasn't uh, really given the prosecutors, in my opinion, anything more than he did yesterday. But let's talk about. I didn't get an opportunity to talk to you guys yesterday, so I did have an opportunity to kind of connect with Lil Woody. I heard he was trying to see me, so I had to see him. And as you can see from the photo, he wasn't too happy to see me. But seriously, I think at this point he has made it very clear to the jurors that he doesn't want to be there. The judge has already declared him a hostile witness, and I think that the jurors are smart enough to see that this is not a slam dunk case that the prosecutors are putting forth. And I think that what will ultimately happen under the cross examination, they're going to be able to further illustrate how this witness is useless and didn't give much to the RICO charges. Now, Woody kept saying on the stand that he's not a snitch. A snitch is someone who's telling the truth. So, is there going to be any evidence brought forth during the direct that would support that he provided something that could be corroborated? Did the police actually verify some of the things he said? Because we saw yesterday the judge had to tell the jurors that when Miss Simone Hilton said that the police have verified all, or the investigators have verified all of what he said, that was factually incorrect. That because if they verified everything, then I think that they would be in a stronger position to convince the defendants that they should negotiate a plea situation. So she had to let the jurors know that what the lawyers are saying. Well, actually, what she said wasn't evidence. It wasn't a fact. And usually you hear that type of language when you're talking about opening and closings. What the lawyers say in opening and closing is not evidence. what they have to do is listen to what is said during the trial. So when she said that, I said immediately, Miss Simone walked on a minefield. And I think that she might have been a little flustered by the way Woody was responding to her. And I don't know if it's me, but it sounds like something's going on with her voice. Her voice sounds like it's a little, maybe she had a cold or she was yelling or something, but it's not the same tonage that you normally hear coming from Miss Simone. I could be wrong, but listening to her yesterday and then today, and some of you may ask, why you're not in the courtroom today? Well, I'm not there today, and I'm gonna tell you guys essentially what's going on. The sheriffs in the courtroom are doing a little too much again. The seating arrangement is just weird. They're doing too much, and I think I'm gonna have to write the sheriff himself. I didn't want to do that, but apparently they're doing a little too much. This is not even a security issue. They're really trying to handle the members of the press like they're children. It's nothing I've seen before. I've traveled courtrooms all over the country, but particularly in Georgia, these sheriffs are just doing too much. You can't stand up to take a picture. Like, what are you talking about? You guys, the security threat would be probably coming to the right of the courtroom, not the left. But I guess you got to assess the entire room. But they're just doing too much. The setup coming in, whenever, like yesterday, there was the return of the jurors and Woody getting back on the stand. So they were just doing the extra stuff. I'm seeing people running around with bulletproof vests. So some of the witnesses might be wearing bulletproof vests. I don't know that. I saw them carrying bulletproof vests. I'm like, okay, you guys are doing a little too much right now. But I get it. I don't like to be around that energy. It's just I'll go when I need to go, and I'll make it do what I need to make it do. But I think that when they do the most, they're just looking to antagonize people who have a job to do. Members of the press have a job to do as well. So I think they view some of the members of the press as the enemy. No, we're just trying to bring the news to the audience, our audience. You don't have to worry about the members of the press. What you do have to worry about is your own colleagues. Because pretty much a few of your colleagues done got arrested in the courtroom doing the most. Having relations with the inmates, and that's what you need to focus your energy on. With the exception of one person might have got arrested from the members of the press, but that's all. But the point I'm trying to make is, let us do our job. You do your job, and don't infringe on the right of media access and the extras that you're doing, because you're doing extra right now. When you see how other courtrooms are ran, this particular courtroom is ran with unnecessary aggressiveness. But with that said, I will be in the courtroom when it's necessary, when I think it's necessary. Right now, this is not really necessary. We have other things that we can be doing remotely, and then when it's time for me to be there, I'll be there. I did get an opportunity to also talk to Lil Boosie yesterday, because he was outside the courtroom waiting to get in. Apparently, I don't know if they knew who he was, because people said they walked past, they didn't know who he was. And a certain other person, I'll tell you, boy, people be capping on the internet. I saw something yesterday. I'm like, wait a minute. This guy don't even know you. Hi, Lil Boosie. My name is Miss, I ain't gonna say the person's name, but he didn't know who the hell she was. Like, Byron, who's that lady? Oh, no. Did she have to, I'm gonna be nice, but he didn't really know who she was. And he was just being respectful, You see gray hair, you're gonna, try to give them respect, but he didn't know who she was. And that's just what it is. People, if you're not in their face all the time and you're not really somebody that they're doing business with, they really don't really know you. I actually interviewed Boosie when he came out of jail, when he was in Louisiana, when he came out of jail. And it's a widely viewed interview on the YouTube, but he recalled the interview very well because I asked him some pretty hard questions regarding the killing of Lil Fat. Lil Fat was one of the artists that he was working with. So yeah, again, I don't see him all the time. I'm not in his face, but I just kind of, remind him about the interview. He's done tons of interviews, but that's one of the bigger interviews that he and I did together. But yeah, he is not someone. Okay, so you can't hear me? Put a 1 in the chat. Okay. Oh, you can hear me. Okay. I don't know if he was high. No, he wasn't high. He wasn't high. But he was definitely incognito. I posted a photo of him at the courthouse yesterday, but he was definitely just kind of just chilling. One of the investigators did catch his eye, and those who are in the courtroom know this is one investigator. She's a looker, she's a looker, but she's been around for a minute. Oh, listen. I'm gonna tell you something. I took a ton of pictures of Lil Woody. I just want to let them know I'm out here working, man. You getting your celebrity on. Let me get my shine on. You're a celebrity now. Let me do what I do. You do what you do, and we come to meet. Listen, I don't want no smoke. I got to come to court wearing my bulletproof vest. I don't want no smoke now. We're gonna, make this thing nice. But I also talked to attorney Bumpus, Kayla Bumpus. I thought she would be taller. She's not that. Obviously her and Woody about the same size. So he's like a little taller than her. But I did speak to her yesterday. She acted like she didn't know who I was. Girl, listen, you're on my Twitter, you're on my DM. Come on, stop playing. And then she knew yesterday once I posted that picture. It was just she shows up a lot for him. She doesn't live in the state anymore, so she flies in. For him. So I don't know if she's counsel or support. I don't know what her role is with him because he has an attorney, and so I don't know that relationship. I don't know what it is, but she's definitely there for him. Lingering around. Listen, one thing you don't do, and if you see me talking to someone, you just walk up and just jump. Don't have no coof about yourself. You just walking up and jumping in the conversation. I'm literally having a conversation with the man. This person walks up and just start talking. But anyway, you can't teach people class. They have to either have it or they don't have it. But yeah, the lingering came in. I was already in the midst of a conversation. They walked up. Come on, fall back on the groupiness. Just let me do what I do, please. Let me do what I do. So now, yeah, it's a little too much. It was just a little too much going on. So I just kind of said what I had to say and just kept it pushing. I ain't really trying to do all that. People think, I own the courtroom. I control all of this. But yeah, it was some few things that kind of weird that was happening. I saw it. It wasn't newsworthy, but I busted a few moves. But Woody, don't be giving the reporter the finger. We were talking, everything was cool until I put that camera up. Then he hit me with the finger. He hit me with the finger. I got some other shots too. I may drop a few more today. How about that? Put a 1 in the chat if you think I should drop some more Lil Woody photos. Put a 1 in the chat if you think I should drop a few more Lil Woody photos. Because I got a few of them. I got a few of them. I just kind of dropped 2 of them. If you think I should drop a little more of Lil Woody in his Brooks Brothers suit. Well, I don't know if it was Brooks Brothers, but it was sharp. I think he had red bottoms on too. Or he stuffed in red paint. I don't know what, but He was looking sharp. But the tie, all I wanted to tell him was, listen, brother, just tighten the tie up a little bit. You know how the lead attorney has his tie and how I wear my tie? Just tighten it up a little bit. We don't wear ties like that when we're sitting on, trying to present ourselves. We tighten it up. But that's the swag. Well, I don't know if it was like I don't know if it was like this, but it was there, and you saw I caught him turn around. Yo, Kayla, what are you doing over there? What are you doing? What are you doing? They turn around, look. Oh my goodness, not this guy. Get this guy away from me. Get this guy. And I tell you, I pull up. They don't know. I pull up. I'm never scared. I pull up. I don't care where you at. I don't care. I pull up. If I pull up to the jail with Donald Trump, Secret Service, you think I'm going to not pull up on? Nah, I pull up everywhere. I don't give a damn. I pulled up to President Biden. He was at the airport. Hey, President Biden will be at the airport. I'm pulling up. Secret Service. I don't know what they told you, but I'm coming. I'm pulling up. I pulled up. Guys, we probably have about another 2 minutes. We're going to be switching the chair out because this chair, I don't know what's going on with this chair. I don't know what's going on with this chair. I don't know. I might have to dip it in a tub of oil or something. But I'm glad you guys are back. We are going to be doing a commentary throughout the trial, and I don't know when this testimony is going to come to an end or from the direct examination, but hopefully soon. I got the WD-40. Don't do that. I just got to find out where I got to put it at. I don't know. I put it in the wrong spot. I promise you, when I come back, it's going to be good. Otherwise, we'll get the wooden chair, the executive chair. I might as well have that anyway. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take you back into the courtroom. I think we got the seal still up until. Let me get some oil. Let me oil this thing down. Let me grease it up a little. Pause. See you in a minute.
Scare me. They got words on it. Hmm. Oh.
Mr. Copeland, back in 2015, were you mentioned in any of Thug songs? Was your nickname Woody mentioned in any of Thug songs?
Huh?
Did Thug mention you in any of his songs back in 2015?
Back in 2015?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I don't know.
Do you recall telling the detectives that he puts your name in these songs and he doesn't know, you don't know why he puts your name in these songs?
I didn't like him rapping about me.
Why didn't you like him rapping about you?
Huh?
Why didn't you like him rapping about you?
Cause it's my life. Like, don't be lying on me.
What do you mean by that?
Don't be lying on me.
Are you talking about in the rap songs?
Yes.
What did you think were lies that he was telling on you in the rap song?
I don't recall.
Do you recall what the verse was or what he said in the rap song?
Ain't no speak no English. No, I don't recall.
Now, back in 2015, we talked about the gun that you had, the gun that was at the Dunbar Center.
I ain't have no gun.
Hey, was there a gun that was in a H&M bag that they found at the Dunbar Center?
That's what they said.
All right. And is it true that Quindarius Zachary or Little D from Cleveland purchased that gun from you, for you?
I don't recall.
Okay. Isn't it true that you told the detectives when they asked you, how did you get possession of that gun? You said, I got it the day he bought it for me.
I don't recall.
And you asked, and you said, yeah, he bought it for me. He bought it out of the pawn shop for you.
I don't recall.
And that you paid $1,000 for that gun.
I don't recall.
And you purchased the gun because you thought you could defend yourself.
I don't recall.
Did you think that you were able to defend yourself because of the retaliatory shootings that were happening back in 2015?
I don't recall.
Do you recall telling the detectives that another detective told you you had a right to protect yourself,
I don't recall.
but that you couldn't take the gun if you were at the club, but if you were at home, you had a right to protect yourself?
I don't recall.
When you were at the Dunbar Center with the gun, were you trying to sell that gun?
I was at Dunbar Recreation Center playing basketball.
Okay. And while at the Dunbar Recreation Center playing basketball, did you have the gun that Quindarius Zachary purchased for you?
I had a basketball.
Isn't it true that you also had the gun that Quindarius Zachary purchased for you?
I had my shirt off. I was playing basketball.
Where was the gun at?
You tell me.
Isn't it true that the gun was sitting on a bench and the basketball court in an H&M bag?
I was playing basketball.
And isn't it true that you were trying to sell that gun that day, that you had it at the Dunbar Recreation Center?
I ain't have no gun.
Isn't it true that you told the detectives that you gave them the gun to sell and that they were going to sell the gun, that you were trying to sell your gun that day that you got caught with the gun at the Dunbar Recreation Center.
I tell investigators anything.
Matter of fact, isn't it true that you told the detective, when I was locked up, I called one of my partners and he was like, get some money, can you help me out? He was like, yeah. When I got out, they brought me the gun back. And I was like, I don't want it. I was still trying to sell it. That is why, that is what I had, you know what I mean? When I got the gun, I got it from the green store. I went up to the park to go play basketball, but I was waiting on them to come and get it. Little D and them, so his brother pulled up. They actually waiting on who to come and get it. You talking about Demikian or Quindarius? You said Little D from Cleveland. He was supposed to pull up and get it.
Cap, I tell the investigators anything to get them off me. I didn't have no gun. I didn't know nothing about the gun. When they said something about the gun, I was confused, shocked, lost. That's why they let me go that same day.
And matter of fact, they wanted to make sure that they were correct, that you were both talking about the same gun. And Detective Gates said, I'm talking about the one from the Dunbar Center. He said, that is what I'm talking about. I'm sorry. Sorry. That is what I'm talking about. I got out of jail from Henry County Monday, and police got me for the gun Tuesday. I did not go to jail.
Can you say that again?
Sure. Detective Gaither wanted to clarify that the gun she was referencing was the gun from the Dunbar Center. And your response was, that is what I'm talking about. I got out of jail from Henry County Monday, and police got me for the gun Tuesday. I did not go to jail.
Can you say it one more time?
Sure. Isn't it true that Detective Gaither wanted to make sure that you both were talking about the same gun? So you clarified for her and said, that is what I'm talking about. I got out of jail from Henry County on Monday, and police got me for the gun on Tuesday. I did not go to jail.
I don't recall.
Now, back in June of 2015, were you still hanging with both Shannon and Demikian in June of 2015?
I don't recall.
Is it true that you told the detectives in that interview, 1 minute D is with Shannon, and then when D's not with Shannon, him and me are together?
I don't recall. Nothing I told the investigators. I would tell them anything to get them off of me.
Back in 2015, did you get all of your information from Little D from Cleveland? Excuse me, Little D from Mechanicsville.
Say that again?
Back in 2015, because you were locked up from parts of time, did you get all of your information from Little D from Mechanicsville?
I'm Mr. Make Believe. I make it up. I don't recall. Nothing I don't made up. I keep telling you that.
Isn't it true that you told the detectives in the same June 2015 interview, I get all my information through Little D, and they clarified which Little D, and you said Mechanicsville. And they said, so Demikian, and you said yes.
I don't recall. Nothing I don't say, whatever I made up to the police.
Okay. Do you recall saying that he's always in the midst of everybody? Everyone talks to him. You know what I mean? I can always just ask. I can call Lil D right now, and he will sit here and tell me what's going on.
I don't recall nothing, but I do know that I tell Lil D what to say. So if I told the investigators go ask Lil D something, it's because I don't told Lil D to be prepared for it.
Now, in 2015, did you know someone by the name of Valerie or V?
Who?
Valerie.
Who?
Did you know someone by the name of Valerie?
I don't recall.
Isn't it true that you told the detectives that it was Valerie who told you that Thug wanted to kill you?
I don't recall. Nothing I done made up to the police.
Isn't it true that you told the detectives that Valerie got into a car while you were at a baby shower and told you that Thug was trying to kill you?
That wasn't true. I made it up. If I did say that, if I didn't say it, I don't recall nothing I said to the police.
Isn't it also true though on a jail call after June 10th, 2015, you told Max that Valerie told you that Thug was trying to kill you?
Because I told you one thing, I don't recall.
Okay. Now, isn't it true? Well, let me ask you this. After Valerie told you or that Thug was trying to kill you, did you try to reach out to Monte or Yak Gotti?
No, I don't got nothing else to say.
Oh, okay. Isn't it true that you told the detectives in this same June 2015 interview, you saw Monte and Detective Gaither asked you which Monte? Your response, Yak. Like day before yesterday, went to the graveyard. When I seen him, he was at my cousin's house. I was like, damn man, we grew up together. They asked you, what is Yak's real name? Do you know? You said no. Detective Gaither, you said you grew up with him. Your response, I just know his first name, Monte. Don't know the last name. You said to Monte, MFers told me that Thug planned on killing me. And Monte's response to you was, hell nah, bro, I never heard that. He denied it. He said, you said that people will never say it. Word was, I was talking to the police too much. You feel what I'm saying?
So once I was released from Henry County Jail, everybody was asking me, did I hear the song? I mean, everybody was telling me that Thug had put out the song Halftime. And the police wasn't targeting me again. That's why they got me the next day. I was mad. I was like, damn, this nigga telling on me, putting me in his song. So I was mad at him and I started plotting against him. I was talking to one of my friends and I was telling him, hey man, these niggas trying to make it seem like I'm out here. Ooh, I said what I said to my buddy. And yeah, I didn't like the simple fact that he was saying stuff that it had nothing to do with him and his song. Like, why is you rapping about what I'm doing in the streets? Like, they didn't got nothing to do with. So yeah, I was mad with him and I was planning on him.
When did the song Halftime come out?
Man, this song was old, but when he put it out, the police started making it seem like it was a new song, and then they started trying to use that song to say that this and that and third.
Is Halftime the only song that mentions your name?
Yeah, I don't know. I just know this song made the police come after me, and I didn't like the simple fact of it. I didn't give nobody permission to say nothing about me in no song.
Why do you believe that the song made police started coming after you?
Because that's what they said. They said it. That's what the investigator told me.
What did the investigators tell you?
I don't know.
So is it your testimony that the investigator said, hey, because your name is in the song, we're now coming after you?
What I do, go to the grave with me. You hear me?
Well, yesterday you did disclose that you and Threat shot up Rich Homie Quan's barbershop.
Yeah, you got me frustrated, and I ain't mean to say that.
Okay. Do you recall asking the judge if you could say it?
I was frustrated.
Okay. Now, they asked you, why would Thug be nervous if he had nothing to do with anything? And your response is, y'all keep saying my name. They saying me and Thug. That's what I keep saying, but I had no parts in it. Are you talking about the fact that you had no parts in killing Nut?
I don't recall nothing I said to no police.
Now, isn't it true that
Nothing I said is true. No,
up until June of 2015, were you trying to keep what you knew about Nuts murder to yourself?
can you say that again?
Sure. Prior to this interview in June of 2015, were you trying to keep what you knew about Nuts murder to yourself?
I don't know what you mean.
Isn't it true that you told detectives, this is what I'm telling you, this is what I'm telling you? I'm asking you, with the murder, I'm trying to explain it. I act like I never heard about it. I act like I never told D and none of them, period. So I just kept it to myself.
Yeah, I tell so many lies and different stories to the point I don't even know. I don't have a clue what I don't see. All I know was I'm innocent. And today I'm innocent. And Threat innocent too.
What are you innocent of?
Anything.
Okay. Are you innocent of, did you not kill Nut? Is that what you're talking about?
Now, ask me that how many times now?
Because I'm trying to understand what you're talking about.
I don't know. I don't recall.
Okay. Were you back in 2015 concerned that Thug had stopped talking to you? Excuse me, back in 2015.
Can you ask me that again?
Sure. Back in 2015, were you concerned that Thug was not speaking to you?
No.
Isn't it true that you told the detectives, he's not talking to me, period, and you're talking about Thug? And they asked you, he's not talking to you for a reason because he thinks you're talking to us. And your response is, he's not thinking I'm telling you nothing. He just thinking I'm talking to the police a lot because he heard my conversation with the police.
I'm talking to the police, so my only motive is to throw them out. You know what I mean? Like what I got going on ain't got nothing to do with him, but they want to keep tying him into what I got going on. So guess what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna throw it off on him because I was mad he put that song out saying this and then and third. That don't got nothing to do with him. So he never did that. So I'm gonna put the blame on him. Don't throw me under the bush. I'm gonna throw you under the bush. That was my whole motive.
Now with your name inside of the songs, were you concerned that he was putting your names in songs? You thought he should be putting Shanna's names in the songs?
So for one, the song was old. Halftime was old. The song been out since like 2014. You know what I mean? I wasn't mad about. I was mad about the timing of when the song was released, because the facts are the facts. I mean, I don't shoot nobody for that, man. So when he put it out, I didn't care for the song, but when he put it out, the police were trying to put this murder on me, and they was targeting me. I don't like the police keep bothering me. So I just didn't like I didn't like the timing of when they put that song out. When their label, whoever put it out, I didn't like the timing of it.
When you said the police were trying to put the murder on you, didn't the police have you come in every single time for you to tell?
Can you say that again?
You said the police were trying to put the murder on you.
Right.
When you went in each of these times in early June, in January through June, did you ever get arrested for Nuts murder?
What you mean?
You said the police were trying to put the murder on you. Between January and June of 2015, did you ever get arrested for Nuts murder?
No.
Okay. So during the time that you kept going into the police, did they ever, at any of these times, arrest you for Nuts murder?
They were discombobulated. They were so confused. I kept sending them. But when he put that song out, they was like, "Yeah, you did it."
In any of these interviews that you had with the detectives, what detective said you killed Nut?
Hell, I don't know.
Okay. So isn't it true that none of the detectives ever said that you killed Nut in any of these interviews from January to June of 2015?
Shit, I don't know.
But isn't it true that that's what you told the police, that everyone is putting your name in it?
I don't know. I don't told the police so much. I don't know. I don't recall what I just said. I just know I was trying to get myself out of it.
And isn't it true that the police allowed you to tell them what happened the night of Nut's murder?
Yeah, you see what they played on me. They sat right there laughing, ha ha ha, whatever. And just what I know they playing on me, but I ain't finna tell them myself. So what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna keep spinning them, spinning them, spinning them, spinning them, spinning them, spinning them until what they let me walk out. Every time they let me walk out, I was laughing walking out.
And is the lyric from the song that you were concerned with that Thug says Little Wood will pull up and pop at your noggin?
What you mean?
Is that the verse that that you didn't like?
I didn't like the fact that the police tried to make it seem like that song was made to say that I pull up and did this to this man.
Correct. What I'm asking you though is that the verse you did not like?
That's
Little
the
Woody-
song I didn't like.
Okay. Is that the specific verse in the song?
I didn't like the timing of the song. I didn't care about him rapping about me popping at people nuggets because it wasn't true. But then when he put the song out, when they put the song out, it was an investigation on me, and y'all kept harassing me, and that's why I didn't like.
At this time, what investigation was on you regarding this song?
I don't recall.
Because isn't it true that there was no open investigation regarding any of the shootings at this time regarding you?
How I supposed to know?
When you spoke to the police, did you come in the first time to clear your name, this next two times as a victim? When you first went to go speak to the police about what happened in 2015? I'll rephrase, Your Honor. When you first came in January 2015, didn't you come to clear your name?
I don't recall nothing.
Okay. The next two times, both in January 28th and February 20th, you came as a victim, correct?
How I supposed to know?
And when you came in February 21st, you came because you had violated your probation, correct?
You keep saying I came. They took me. It's a difference.
And then in June, you were arrested because of the gun that was at the Dunbar Center.
That y'all placed on me.
None of those times were you accused of shooting and killing Donovan Thomas, correct?
Y'all charged me and like what? One of them y'all did put them charges on me.
But I'm asking you, between January and June, when you were talking to the police, there were no charges against you for killing Donovan Thomas.
You said no. I don't recall. I don't know.
Okay. Going back to the night that Donovan Thomas was killed, isn't it true that when Little D got into the car, Little D told you that it was Nard, Shannon, and Yak who killed Nut? Okay. And that they used, isn't it true that they used the car, the rental car that Thug rented?
I don't know. I don't recall nothing I lied to the police about.
Isn't it true that you told the detectives the car they used was the rental car that Thug had?
That-
Isn't it true that they asked you if you knew the make and model of the car?
today, right now, as I'm right here, the truth is I never seen none of them people who I mentioned the night that that's supposed to happen.
Okay.
I told the investigators anything, and they went going for the stuff that I was telling them. So I had to try my best to convince them. So guess what? I would have to do? Fuck it. I'm about to put it on these niggas because they closer to me. They'll go for it. I don't trying to get them out my face.
They asked you where Thug rented the car from, and didn't you tell them that he rented it from the airport?
So you gotta say a little truth and put it with the bullshit.
Okay. Is it true that he rented the vehicle from the airport?
I don't recall nothing. I'm tired of answering these questions at this point. You keep asking me the same thing over and over and over and over.
Okay. Isn't it true that you told the detectives he rented the car from the airport?
I don't tell the police the truth.
Okay. Would it surprise you that we actually got the rental car records from the airport? That where Thug rented the vehicle from the airport?
You didn't hear me say I take a little bit of truth and put it with the rest of it to convince them.
Okay. Isn't it true that once D told you that they killed them, you asked why did they do that?
It's true that I ain't stupid as y'all think.
Okay. And he told you he didn't know.
I don't recall.
Isn't it true that's what you told the detectives?
I don't recall.
Isn't it true you asked Demekion, was he with them when the murder happened?
I don't recall.
And his response was, no, he wasn't there.
I don't recall.
Isn't it true that's what you told the detectives?
The truth is, you asked me about lies. I don't say it in the past, and I'm sitting right here trying to be truthful, but you keep trying to go into lies that I can't keep up with. I remember.
Isn't it true that Demekion told you that Bentley went and hid all the stuff?
I never get into business that don't have anything to do with me.
Okay. Isn't it true that's what you told the detectives, that D told you that Bentley went and hid the stuff?
I tell the detectives that anything to get them off of me.
Isn't it true that Little D told you that they initially rolled past the barber shop and that's when they saw a nut?
Hell, I don't know. I don't recall.
Okay. Isn't that what you told the detectives that Little D told you?
I don't recall nothing I done told the investigators.
And is it true that Little D told you that when they saw Nut, they switched cars?
I don't recall nothing I don't lie to the investigators about.
And isn't it true that's what you told the detective, that they switched cars?
I don't recall.
Okay. Isn't it true that D told you that they switched cars and Thug got into the Pontiac with a girl?
I don't recall.
Okay.
Why would I be wanting to know if any of this that took? I don't even want to know because I don't. It's nothing to do with me. So I'm making. I don't recall.
Okay. Isn't it true that's what you told the detective, that Demekion told you that Thug and the girl, they got in a Pontiac?
I don't recall.
And when they clarified who all was in the Pontiac, you said Demekion, Thug, and the girl. And is it true that you told them that they switched cars at the gas station?
I don't recall.
Would it surprise you that we have surveillance video from the gas station?
The hell if I know?
Okay. Would it surprise you that it shows the Pontiac and the Great Infinity at the gas station?
Do it show me?
You told me this is what Demekion told you, correct?
Man, you hear me? I don't recall nothing I don't say to the investigators.
Now, isn't it true that you also told them that Doo-Wop was there as well?
Who?
Doo-Wop.
I don't recall nothing I told to the investigators.
And isn't it true that you told the detective that, again, that you FaceTimed Thug that night?
I don't recall nothing I told to the investigators.
On the night of the murder, did you tell Deshaun what Demekion had just told you?
I don't recall.
Isn't it true that you told the detectives that after Demekion told you what happened, you called Deshaun and you told her the truth?
I don't recall.
And you told the detectives that they could call Deshaun down to the police department and talk to her?
I don't recall.
And matter of fact, you told the detectives, you told Deshaun, if anything happens to me, tell the police what I told you.
I don't recall.
Now, what is the reason that the Thug and Nut have a personal beef?
He's behind you. You can ask him that.
Isn't it true that you told the detectives in this June interview, Nut and Thug had something personal against each other?
And I told the investigators anything. I'm pretty sure I probably told them a different lie. You can't go off of what I don't say to them people. I don't remember what I said to them.
Isn't it true that Nut and Thug got into a beef before you and Kel got into it?
Hell, I don't know. Ask him.
Isn't it true that you told the detectives they fell out before B and Kel got into it?
I don't recall. Then I told to the investigators.
And when they asked you, did you know what they got into it over? You said you weren't sure.
I don't recall.
And if you were trying to lie, couldn't you just make up something at that point?
Huh?
If you were trying to lie, as opposed to saying you don't know what their beef was over, couldn't you just have made it up at that point?
Just like you got to understand, like the pressure gets so real. Like, man, I don't. Y'all just had me now question me. I don't know what I don't have a clue what I was saying.
Now, is it true in this June interview, you also told them about the fight at Club Crucial?
Isn't it true that you guys haven't hit the like button?
The interview I
We
made
are streaming on Twitter and we are
Now, in
streaming
this
on
June interview,
YouTube.
would
So
that
if
now
you're
be the
on
fifth time that you
YouTube,
told
hit
them
the like
about
button. If you're on
this fight at
Twitter,
Club Crucial?
we may have to bring you over to YouTube.
If somebody do something to me, I'm gonna remember
But I
that.
want you guys to hit
Because
the like
I'm
button.
gonna be a victim.
Okay, so if you were making stuff up, why did you keep on consistently telling them about the
I
same
said, if
event?
somebody did something to me, I'm gonna be a victim because once I be able to do something back to them, I'm gonna be justified.
Okay,
Okay.
so you told them about these events leading up to the night.
I told them about events that involve people doing something to me. I don't know what I done told them.
Now, on the Monday night after you got beat up and you ran outside
You said I got beat up.
by Shell Cal,
I'm listening.
What?
and you went
Put the
outside
pause
after
on
that,
Woody?
correct?
I don't recall.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Woody, they putting
Do
the
you
pause on you?
recall telling the police in this same June interview that when you went outside, Thug was pulling on your shirt like there go Bloody J right there?
I don't recall.
Okay. And next thing you know, you heard Shannon heard Shannon was near you when Thug said there go Bloody J right there.
I don't recall.
Okay. And isn't it true that you then told the police that Shannon and Munsil then jumped on Bloody J?
You keep saying, is it true? I keep telling you, I don't lie to the investigators. So nothing I said was true.
I'm asking you, isn't true this what you told the
I
investigators?
don't know what I done told them.
Okay, isn't it true that in January you told them that some of your buddies jumped on Bloody J, but you didn't go into specifics?
What you getting all aggressive for?
Isn't it true that you told them
Whoa.
in January that
Simone, why are you getting
beat
aggressive?
up Bloody J?
I don't recall.
Okay. But now in June you got with more specific.
You trying to get beef with Lil Woody? Hold on,
I didn't hear
Simone.
you.
Calm down.
I'm sorry.
I didn't hear you.
In June, you now told them with specificity who beat up Bloody J.
I don't recall.
Isn't it true that on the night that you and Shell got into it at the club, when you came outside while they were beating up Bloody J, Yak got stopped by the police that night?
I don't know.
Isn't it true that you told the police that Yak got stopped by police that night?
I don't recall what I done told the police. If I told the police he got stopped that night and he got stopped that night, that's me again trying to put some truth with the rest of it to convince them that I'm being truthful.
And is it true that you told them that that night he got pulled over and locked up with a gun?
I don't know. He right there. Ask him.
Is it true that's what you told the police?
I done told the police anything to get them out for me.
Is it true on this same night of Club Crucial that after Yak got pulled over that you saw Thug and Nard get into a car?
I don't recall. Nothing I told to the police.
Okay. I'm asking that what happened that night.
What you mean? What happened tonight?
On the night of Club Crucial, did you see Thug and Nard get into a car?
No,
Isn't it true that you told police that you saw Thug and Nard get into a car?
ain't no telling what I told the police. I'm not going to tell them the truth. I know that.
And when Thug and Nard got into the car, did they pull onto a side street?
Thug behind you, ask him.
I'm asking you.
I don't
Yeah,
recall
ask him.
nothing I told to the police.
I'm asking you, did that occur?
I don't recall.
Doug might not be testifying, so I don't know,
I
little
don't
Billy.
recall.
All right.
Let's get some camera shine on
Is
Doug.
it true that you
Let's
told
get
me
some
that
camera
Thug
with
pulled on the
Doug.
side street?
I don't recall.
With Doug, what that? What?
Once you pulled on the
Okay.
side street, did you and your brother
Okay,
pull up next
all
to
right.
them on that side street?
No.
Isn't it true that you told the police that you and your brother pulled up beside them on the side street?
I tell the police anything about Thug to get them off of me.
Now, back in 2015, on this same night in Club Crucial,
Go ask Doug. Well, Doug got to ask his attorneys. Can he speak?
I didn't hear your date.
on the same Monday night at Club Crucial, did you see Nard? Did you speak to Nard and Thug while y'all were on the side street?
No.
Isn't it true that you told him that you spoke to Nard and Thug while y'all were on the side street?
I don't recall nothing I told to the police, but I know it is a long way from the truth.
Okay. And that either Nard or Thug said they were waiting for Buddy J.
Who is that?
Who's Buddy J?
Yeah, I mean, I don't recall nothing I said to the police.
Isn't it true that you said that you heard a gun cock back from inside their vehicle?
Told you, I'm gonna tell the police anything, get them out for me. I'm not about to tell them what I don't done.
Okay. And that the person that you heard with the gun was Nard.
Just a lie. I don't recall.
Did you hear Nard with a gun?
Huh?
Did you see Nard with a gun in the car?
I didn't see none that night.
So you do know who Nard is?
No, that's what I'm telling you. I didn't see none that night. You keep asking me about Noah.
I don't know that she just caught him. She just
How
caught
did you
him.
say you didn't see Nard that night? if you
She
don't
just
know
caught
who
him.
Nard is?
Ooh.
It's nothing. Just no. Hold on. You got me talking fast because you frustrated me again.
Yeah, he just got him.
I don't know
Got him.
Noah personally, but I know who Noah is. I didn't see Noah in the car with no gun. Like I said, they jumped on me. I had a knot, and I was mad, and I was gonna get my get back. I did not leave with I left by myself with the people that was in the car with me. And no, you do not need to know who was in the car with me.
Was your brother one of the people in the car with you?
No, my brothers, I don't know where he was.
Why did you tell the detective that your brother was in the car with
Because I
you?
went for to tell them what I was on.
Did you also? in
She's
this
wearing him
same
down right
interview
now.
also
He's slipping
tell
up.
Detective Gaither
He's
and
not
then
staying on
again
script. She's wearing him
about
down. I see what she's
meeting
doing.
up
Go ahead,
with-
Simone. I see what you're doing.
Kel at the Cascade skating rink?
I don't recall no lies I told to the investigators that I don't told them.
Would this now be again at least the third time that you told detectives about this Cascade skating rink incident with you and Kel?
I don't recall.
Again, did you also in this same interview tell the detectives about the gambling house shooting?
Man, listen, I sit there and tell the detective a whole bunch of bullshit and let them figure it out, let them go run, chase their tail. I don't remember nothing I said to them. They sat right there and listened to all the stories I had to tell, and I'm telling them, I said,
And he
whatever, let me
said,
out of jail.
"Bullshit."
They go for it or they don't. And guess what? They sat right there, let
Judge
me
may have
talk
to tell
and
him.
make up all this stuff about these people. And
Gonna have
know,
to have a little respect for the ladies in the
it was it.
courtroom.
I don't recall nothing I said.
Those men, we don't give a damn.
I know that I think I said that if I did in one of the interrogation, I say anything if y'all let me go. I do anything if y'all let me go. There's my motive.
Isn't it true regarding the gambling house shooting? You gave a little more detail during this interview.
I'm gonna give details if I'm gonna victim.
Isn't it true that you told them, I kept closing my eyes, but they were shooting behind us and the wall was blocking us. They blocking off the van. It hit through the car, every car in the parking lot. After that, everyone happened to get up. There was kids. There were 4 little boys. They seen Thug and wanted to ride. The little kids, we were going we were looking in the bushes, making sure no one was lying in the bushes. They called the police and stuff. Everyone was wondering where Thug had went, but Thug had already left by the time the police came.
See, even you fell for it. See, you take the little bit of truth that I tell and put it with all the bullshit that I said. And you're highlighting like you said, the details of it. That really took place, but you're trying to put that with all the fairy tales that I made up.
So what part took place? The actual shooting at the gambling house?
The shooting, I don't know. I didn't never see somebody shooting at us. But if the police
you
question,
about to
I'm
start
trying to convince them that I
snitching
know what I'm
again.
talking about. So it's
I don't
easy
know.
to say shell kill. It's easy to put people's name with crimes that, because if he did it, why y'all don't lock him up? If I say I seen him do it, why y'all don't lock him up and charge you for it? So I don't know what or who did what. I just know that I'm trying to convince the police that I know what I'm talking about. Okay, I'm so sorry. She's frustrating me. You ready? Okay, you listen. All right, I'm trying to convince the police that I know what I'm talking about. And the only way I can do that is telling them something that I know that they know. They know that this gambling house got shot up. So if I tell them this gambling house got shot up and these people did it, they'll go for all the other bullshit that I'm trying to cover up. You feel me? Okay.
He said it verbatim. I like it.
She said, yeah.
All right. Now, earlier I asked you what studio that you go
Listen,
to.
he's trying to get the other court reporter. He only got one court
Telling the
reporter
detectives
already.
that
He's trying to get the other court reporter. Make that contact,
on
Playboy. I see what
Northside
you're doing.
Drive.
I see what you're doing.
Metropolitan in the lofts. Do you call that being the studio that you would go to?
I don't think I ever been to the studio on Metropolitan. I don't recall going to a studio on Metropolitan.
Back in June of 2015, did you believe that Thug turned everyone against you?
Woody has a type, ladies and gentlemen. And
Huh?
he has to be court reporter.
Back in June of 2015, did you believe that Thug had turned everyone against you?
That's why I would tell the police anything to get them off me. If y'all watch me like y'all was, y'all would see that nothing ain't changed but the lies I told the police.
So my question is, in June of 2015, did you believe Thug was trying to get everyone to turn against you?
What do you need to do that for?
Isn't it true that you told the detectives that Thug turned everyone against me?
It's true that I tell the investigators anything that they want to hear. They want to hear about Thug. So I'm about to sit right here and gas them up. I'm about to sit right here and say he killed 19 people, all type of stuff. I'm about to sit right here and make him look like the worst person on the earth so that they can believe and let me go.
And at no point in any of these interviews did you ever tell the police that Thug killed Nut, did you?
Shit, did I?
At any point, did you ever tell any police, if you wanted to make him look so bad, at any point, did you ever tell the police that Thug killed Nut?
Shit, I don't know. I think I don't recall. I can't say what I told him. I can't remember because you're trying to trap me up. I can't remember if I told them that he did it. I don't.
Isn't it true?
I know I was gonna get it off of me.
Okay. Isn't it true that what you told the detectives, which is what Demekion told you, was that it was Shannon, Nard, Yak, and Dua?
I don't recall what I told.
Sustain.
Okay. Isn't it true that you only told the detectives what D told you?
I don't recall what I told him. I thought that D was gonna back up my story, so I was trying to throw the blame on D to get it off of me.
Okay. And isn't it true that D only told you that the people who shot the shot were Nard, Shannon, Yak, and Dua?
What's going on?
I'll repeat the question. Isn't it true that D only told you that it was Nard, Shannon, Yak, and Dua?
Like I told you in that back room back there, D never told me none of that. I made it up.
All right.
I don't recall.
We need to take a quick break.
Okay.
What's a quick break?
What's a quick break? I don't know, maybe 10 minutes.
You said 10 minutes? Can I go out?
Yeah, but be back in 10 minutes.
All right, 10-minute break. One of the jurors have to go to the bathroom. Okay.
sorry, we had a juror with a nosebleed, so they're gonna go deal with that. Hopefully it won't take very long. But we'll break until I get word that they're good to go again.
A juror with a nosebleed is a problem. I used to have nosebleeds years ago, and that's not a good sign. That's not a good sign. That's not a good sign at all. Nosebleeds. This is, I mean, about 20 years ago. But that's not a good sign. You got a juror that has a nosebleed. Pretty stressful in there for the jurors. So this is not good. You guys got to remember that these jurors have been on this case for close to 20 months now, and to have a episode like this during the trial, I don't know. We might lose another juror. I don't know. But the judge also has to, not saying she doesn't have a control over the courtroom. She has a lot more control over the courtroom than the previous judge. But you got to get this case moving, get to the point. It doesn't take this long to drive a point home. I think that at this point, these jurors have probably already made. I don't know if they made the decision yet, but I would think that with everything they heard, you're 20 months in, and you don't have the strongest evidence brought forth. And if this is a star witness, this is insane. This is embarrassing, to be honest. This is embarrassing that this case is taking so long. Very embarrassing. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I have to take a comfort break. I'm only going to be 3 minutes. So we're going to take you guys to the seal and some music. Stand by. Well, the judge hasn't taken the bench yet, and apparently the juror is still out. We're waiting to see what happens. She had a nosebleed before the break, and we'll likely be going to lunch. The judge may come back and just adjourn it for lunch because lunch starts at about 12. So let's just see how this works. Usually, the person probably needs to lay down. Um, so I don't know. I don't know if they even have any medics in the building. They might have to call a medic for her. Again, these are some of the things that you would have to deal with when you're in trial and you're sitting there all day. So we'll see. We'll see. We'll just still wait for the judge to come back. Shout out to Marie Duff. I see you, Marie. Marie Duff, where you been at, Marie? Where you been at? Okay, okay. So Simone said Friday. I don't know. But let's see if she can stick to the schedule. Let's see if that happens. My guess is she might take the whole Friday up. I don't know. Yeah, she might. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Be more short. I think the pressure was pretty high. Maybe Woody did. Woody, what are you doing to the jurors? Because you know something, people pick up energies, and she might have been picking up the energy, the aggressiveness of the questioning. This is a lot. This is a lot for the average person. This is a lot. So don't know. We'll see. Absolutely. Most jurors don't sign up for 20 months on a trial. Most jurors think they come in maybe 2 weeks, the trial's over with. Most trials, 2 weeks. The average trial is about 2 weeks. And that's a long time. But a trial of this magnitude is probably 2 weeks. Sometimes a month, if depending upon how many defendants, how much evidence, how many witnesses. But typically these trials don't last. I mean, in rare instances, maybe a month. But the 20 months, this is insane. It's insane. And it's been delayed and delayed, and now they're going to go out for another week. It's just too much. And I don't think the judge can clean this up. It's too late to clean it up. It's just too much. And then Woody's saying, "Hey, I've been telling you guys, I've been lying. I'm not a snitch. A snitch is someone who tell the truth. I'm a liar." And he's standing on that. He's saying, "I'm a liar. I've been lying. I'm still lying. I might be lying right now." Hold on a second, guys. Hold on. All right. I'll let you know when they come back in court. But I don't know how this particular witness, their star witness, is helping the case. I would have hoped with all this investigation, and they've been doing investigations since 2015. They had an opportunity to prosecute this case back when the old district attorney, Paul Howard, was there. They did. And I'm sure Paul Howard is somewhere right now saying, "This is one that I dodged. This is the one that I dodged." I should reach out to Paul, Mr. Howard, and ask him his thoughts. Ladies and gentlemen, if you think I should reach out to the former prosecutor and ask his thoughts about this, put a 1 in the chat. Put a 1 in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. If you think I should reach out to the former prosecutor, Paul Howard, put a 1 in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. And if you think so, put a 1 in, and I'll reach out to the former district attorney and get his thoughts. Get his thoughts on the case. What do you think? Put a 1 in the chat. I'll do it right now. Put a 1 in the chat. What he's stressing the jury out. Stressing the jury out. All right, let me see. Let me see here. Hold on. Let's see here. Court is not in session. Let me see here. Let me see. Let me see here. Let's see if we can get him on the line. Stand by. Stand by. Paul, listen, I need to get a comment from you, my brother. I'm sitting here watching this YSL trial. Have you formed any kind of opinion on how this trial is going right now?
Feel of commenting on what they do because they always try to make it look like I'm trying to be served as a sore loser for finding Willard. So I just kind of tried not to pay much attention to what's the deal, what's going on.
No, so the trial is on right now. Obviously, Judge Glanville has been recused. I'm sure you know that already.
Right. Yeah, I know that.
You had an opportunity to prosecute this case back then, and it didn't happen. And as I watch it, I sit in the courtroom, I watch it, and I said, well, Paul's a great prosecutor. Why didn't Paul prosecute this case? And then we look at everything that's happening, the length of time that this trial is taking. Do you regret not prosecuting this case?
Well, have you been sitting in there watching it?
Absolutely.
And what do you think?
Well, I think this is the longest trial I've covered myself in my career. So I want to know from the man who had an opportunity to take a bite at the apple. Is this case? Should this case go forward? Do you think this is the resources could be better served on other cases at this point?
Well, hey, Dennis, because I always like to oblige you.
Yes,
so
sir.
I want to say some things to you off the record that I think.
Okay, hold on. Those off the record. Now I got to take you. Listen, this is off the record. Then we're gonna talk offline.
Okay.
I'm gonna call you back about that. But I just want to hope. At some point we can sit down like we've done in the past and talk about this case and other cases and just everything that you're doing because I respect your work you've done over many years, being a legend in the field of prosecution around the nation. Right. So it's so much to unpack here. And, I know you've been very careful on.
See, Dennis, I think that you or maybe somebody who works with you maybe ought to kind of investigate a little bit. Because, and the reason I say that is because that same guy who's testifying now, what's his name?
Lil Woody. Yeah. Now I'm just saying to you off the record. Okay, then don't say Paul. Don't say anything.
Yeah, I won't say it.
Okay.
I'll wait till I hear from you. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and I'll just say this. I think once you find out a little bit about the history of it, and you look into it yourself, you can reach some conclusion about what's going on.
Absolutely. And I look forward to talking to you off the record and let me do my independent investigation because something ain't right with the water right now, sir.
Yeah. Well, and I think you are the perfect person to see that.
Absolutely. Well, I know you got to practice the run. I thank you. We're still on a recess, and one of the jurors had a bloody nose, so I don't know if we're going to continue today, but if not, I'll reach out to you and we can talk off the record.
I look forward to it, man.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate you.
Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, guys. So some things are going on here, ladies and gentlemen. This is an exclusive. You guys have heard. This is kind of exclusive. The other part, we got to look into some things. I got to respect my people. And you notice I don't allow my people, once they say off the record, I cannot allow them to say, I can't, as an ethical journalist, allow that to be part of the record because I have to protect my relationships. I have to protect my relationship at the end of the day. But there's some things going on here. And like he said, Paul Howard, for those who don't know, is the former prosecutor for Fulton County, who's one of the longest standing prosecutors in the state of Georgia and the biggest county. He had an opportunity to take a bite at this case. He didn't. And there's a reason for that. There's a reason for that. He knows some things. So hopefully you guys can glean just from that bit of conversation that some other things are happening that is not public, and why he didn't prosecute this case. Because they have seasoned investigators. Some of the investigators that are on this case was on the case back then. I know two in particular that were on the case back then. So that's an exclusive right there. We're gonna find out more later on. But with that, hopefully you guys were able to hear. For you guys, I don't know if you guys were able to hear it. Put a 1 in the chat if you were able to hear Paul Howard. Put a 1 in the chat if you were able to hear Paul Howard, because I think at first the phone was not turned up high enough. But put a 1 in the chat if you were able to hear that. And put a 2 in the chat if you want me to further investigate the significance of why this case probably shouldn't be prosecuted even now. Because I know some things as well. I've talked to several people. I know some things. Even the prosecutor, current prosecutor. So I sit in a very interesting position here because even back then, I knew some things. So as I watch, I'm watching from my lens that I've been able to vet some things. So I'm just watching the plays being made. And I can tell you, ladies and gentlemen, there's some other things happening, some other things going on. There's some other things going on. But that was exclusive. Impromptu, wasn't scripted. Just make that call. Just make that call. And they pick up all the time. They pick up all the time. Because I don't call for nonsense. I don't waste their time. Respect to Paul Howard. All right, the judge is not back yet. Let's see here. We're watching it. We're watching the courtroom. Judge is not back yet. You guys have any questions, for example, that I should ask Paul Howard? You have any questions? Put it in the private comment section. Send me a DM. Send me a DM, and make sure you think about the question, because I don't pretty much waste people. I have several questions, but we're gonna talk. And who would best know this case than the former prosecutor? He knows the evidence. He knows what's there and what's not there. He is uniquely situated where he knows things. Because they're talking about things that happened 9 years ago. He was the prosecutor. He knows things. He knows the evidence. He knows the detectives that investigated. He knows the investigators from Dennis to Gaither to Thorpe to all the different investigators that worked on the case. He knows where the weaknesses are. And I think it's important that we wait a minute. Somebody just gave me some. Wait a minute. Was Melnick suspended? I'm going to look into that. I don't know. That's just so that just popped on my timeline. Let me look into that. Let me go check with the bar real quick. Let me go check with the bar. I can check that real quick. Stand by. Let me check with the Bar Association real quick. Stand by. I don't know if that's true or not, but we're going to find out right now. Stand by. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is just in. Attorney Melnick, who represents or represented past tense, Lil Woody, has been suspended by the Georgia Supreme Court. Just didn't have good records kept, and he's on a 6-month suspension. But this is the latest developments unrelated to the YSL trial, but Attorney Melnick has been suspended. So what does that mean for Lil Woody? He currently is without counsel unless Attorney Bumpus steps up. But if she steps up, she don't need a Rule 22. So this is just in. Attorney Melnick has been suspended, unrelated to the YSL case. Can't make the stuff up. Just constant news as it relates to YSL, but not YSL. But yes, kind of this is a slap in the face. Mr. Melnick came in ready to explain to the judge what his thoughts were and what happened with this ex parte. Now he's just a regular Joe Schmo now. He's an attorney that might have to start a YouTube channel for the next 6 months. He can't practice law in the state of Georgia. This is crazy. Attorney Melnick, Lil Woody's attorney, or the Supreme Court said you're fired or you're suspended for 6 months. That's pretty harsh. We have already seen the Supreme Court not just suspend, but kick judges off. My good dear friend was recently suspended. No, she was fired. She was kicked off the bench. She had her judgeships taken from her. Christina Peterson, is no longer a judge. And Melnick is no longer an active attorney for right now. 6 months suspension is pretty harsh. That is his livelihood. You hear the attorneys say all the time, if you're not doing law, what are you doing? So this is bad. This is bad. Someone said Kayla's not as experienced as Melnick. Well, apparently Melnick's experience didn't help him for dodging the suspension. This is bad. This is all bad, ladies and gentlemen. This is bad. So Lil Woody better lawyer up real quick or they're going to have a free-for-all. He needs to get an attorney qualified, seasoned, that can navigate him through this process because it's not looking good. This is crazy. This is crazy. So yes, let me help update you guys real quickly. We're going to update you guys with the banner. We're going to update you. Wow, that is crazy, ladies and gentlemen. That is crazy. Here we go. Here we go. That is crazy. That is breaking news. That is something that I didn't see coming, but you know, these things happen. I mean, oh my goodness, he probably shouldn't be taking that vacation. He obviously knew that something was out there already. Well, no, the judge is wrong. He's not covered from federal immunity on crimes unless you got something from the feds. Not covered. You can't give someone immunity while getting from feds unless you get agreement from the attorney general, federal attorney, the U.S. attorney general, or the acting attorney general. That's 101. I don't know if that actually was said. I got to listen to that, but that's not the practice. That's not how law works. Yes. Okay. So we're gonna do it, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to review the. It's a 24 page document. I don't know if I want to go a deep dive because it's unrelated. We can just do an overview of what the Georgia Supreme Court has said, but I don't think we need to do a deep dive, so to speak. It was enough for an attorney to lose to be suspended for 6 months. That's serious. 6 months. That's livelihood. Well, it wasn't about that. I was being facetious. It wasn't about his vacation. It was about what was done, the case in particular. So yeah, uh I thought Melton was a nice guy. He's a nice guy still, but he just, he's probably man, I'm not making no excuses. I don't listen. Right now, all I know is he's suspended. That's all I have for you right now. Probably during the lunch break. We should be on a lunch, but the judge didn't come back on record. We should be on the lunch. Yeah, the judge hasn't come back yet, but we should be on lunch. Um, Let me make another phone call to my sources. I'm gonna have to put you guys on mute. This call you guys cannot listen to. I'm sorry. This is one of those calls. Let me get it. And no reading lips either. Don't try to read my lips because I'm turning around. Here we go.
one's on the way in. I did nudge the temperature up a little bit. It's a little cold even for me right now. Right. Yeah. Thank you. All right, go ahead, Ms. Tillman. Y'all be seated.
May I speak, Young? I was told that, Mr. Melnick, been suspended, and I don't want to speak without my attorney.
All right. Let me excuse y'all back again. All right, give us just a second. Yeah, that was brought to our attention fairly recently as well. The thing is, he's going to be suspended for 6 months from practicing. It doesn't have anything to do with this case, but do you have another attorney that you want to engage, or would you like for me to find an attorney, a volunteer, basically?
I would like for you to find one.
All right. Well, I had already, actually, the public defender's office had been in contact with me to try to find somebody without a conflict. And they have found somebody named Charles Engelberger. So let me try to get in touch with him and see if he can get down here and consult with you. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So if you want to just step out for now, and I'll take a recess and see what I can get done. All right.
So the judge has confirmed Attorney Melnick has been suspended for 6 months by the Georgia Supreme Court. Woody has now been advised that the judge has found him an attorney, ladies and gentlemen. So this is a developing story. Melnick didn't say he wanted Caleb Bumpus. He wants another attorney. Interesting scenario here. Interesting. This is developing. Make sure you put a 1 in the chat if you can hear. Put a 1 in the chat. I'll be right back. So Little Woody just has been assigned a new attorney. This is just crazy. Crazy. Melnick's last case was with Lil Woody, apparently, for 6 months. Oh my goodness. Oh, this is developing. This is a developing story. So the other lawyer has to come in and apprise Lil Woody of his rights as he testifies. And the lawyer will likely have to be in the courtroom during his testimony to a certain degree. Lil Woody did not ask for Caleb Bumpus to be his attorney, but they're moving in these streets heavy. So I don't know what's going on. Why wouldn't you want to have this officer of the court represent you? Can anyone answer that question? What is happening here? She knows him better than, I guess, his new attorney. So why not? What's going on here? She's a criminal defense attorney. So I don't know. I can't call it. Is something else going on? What's going on here? I'm not going to speculate yet. Okay. I'm sorry, guys. Stand by, stand by, stand by.
I'll tell Mr. Copeland this in a minute, but the attorney is happy to help, but not available until the morning. So I'm going to pass along his contact information to Mr. Copeland, and they can plan to be here in the morning. Question for the state. In the meantime, do you have any witnesses that you could get here that are, you know, like hour-long witnesses whose place in the story does not really matter that much? Like, I think you had some people listed as records custodians and things like that. Any chance we could fill the day with something useful while we've got the jury here?
Left town yesterday afternoon, and Mr. Zachary, who said that he is in North Carolina.
Right. So what I'm asking is there a chance you can take some witnesses out of order who aren't integral to the progression of the story that you're telling, but whose testimony you need to get for, you know, whatever reason? Like, you've got some phone record custodians, which I don't know why y'all can't agree to that coming in anyway without a witness, but people like that.
So, Your Honor, the records custodian, for the records that they have to bring in, we do not have business record certs. And so
Okay.
in prior discussion, I believe that the defense were going to object to those records without having the custodian. Those custodians are out of town, Your Honor. And so
Okay.
we would need time in order to.
All
fly
right.
them in.
So it sounds like then that we're just gonna have to release the jury for the day and pick back up in the morning with testimony, which doesn't mean y'all are all getting released. Maybe we can get some non-jury things done for the afternoon. But let's get Mr. Copeland in here. I'll give him this contact information. Then we'll get the jury in. I'll release them. Come on.
So the judge is going to release the jurors for the day, but the lawyers have to hang around and get some work done. And that's due to Kenneth Copeland not actually communicating with his newly retained attorney in light of the fact that attorney Melnick has been suspended for 6 months. Now, the question is, will Woody keep him on, or will he go with the new guy after his suspension is up? because this trial is not going to be over in 6 months, unfortunately. But let's just see. Well, it probably won't. Would it be done on Friday? Well, not done on Friday, but done on direct. But we'll see. Because he still has the risk of being held in
All right,
contempt.
Mr. Copeland, during the break, I was able to speak with Mr. Engelberger, and he is happy to represent you. I've got his name and his phone number written down on this sheet of paper, which I'm going to provide to you, and you can call and speak with him this afternoon. And he is available beginning at 8:45 in the morning. So what we'll do is plan to pick up there tomorrow with you and with him available for you. And in the meantime, between now and then, you go ahead and give him a call and y'all can talk about whatever you need to talk with him about, okay? All right, so we'll see you at 8:45 tomorrow.
You need enough time to talk with him?
Yeah, you can talk with him for the next,
Oh, it's not today?
yeah,
Oh, so he
yeah,
available?
yeah, he's available today. He'll be waiting for your call.
I'm not gonna have any problem with him, is he?
I mean, I don't know why you should.
Okay,
All right,
you take care.
see you in the morning.
Be safe.
Okay, you too.
How
Let's get the jury in
He
and.
rolled out on the
dismiss them
phone.
For the day until 9 tomorrow.
did he have his phone? Oh, anyway, hold on. Anyway,
Hmm?
yeah, he has his phone with him. It's okay. He's a witness. Mm. Okay. All right, guys, we going. The jury's coming back in, and they're going to be let go for the day, and the lawyers are going back to work. Let's see, no, let's see what they are going to argue. Let's come in or look at evidence. We'll see. We'll see.
Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have had a little bit of a scheduling and procedural hiccup, I guess. So I am going to need to release y'all for the day and have you come back at 9 in the morning to pick back up. We're going to stay and get some other work done, but I'm going to release y'all. I'm going to remind y'all that you are to only decide. We all good? Okay. Decide this case based upon the evidence that you hear in this courtroom. So do not try to find out any information from any source outside the confines of this courtroom. Do not refer to any kind of reference, either old school or online, to try to get information about legal terms, people, places, events, anything like that. Do not talk to anybody about this case. Don't let anybody talk to you about the case. And we will see you all in the morning. Y'all have a good afternoon and evening. And thank you for your time. Sorry, it was a short day today. Y'all are excused. See y'all at 9. Good. Okay, so state, I don't know what tomorrow holds. None of us do about this trial or anything else, but make sure that you've got some other witnesses lined up just in the event that, who can get here quickly in the event that, you know, things take some other turn in the morning. Scheduling wise, I think I had mentioned yesterday that next week, I wasn't sure whether it was Monday through Thursday or Monday through Friday. But regardless of what they were told at this point, a juror has a family funeral that they have to travel for on Friday. I've confirmed that. So that will be a non-jury week in its entirety next week. All right. For us right now, I am hoping that there are some things that we were going to be doing next week that we can just go ahead and tackle today since we all are here anyway. So, well, I think Ms. Love, you were, I think, the one that was maybe taking the lead on the PowerPoint issue. And I know you haven't filed a written response yet, but can you just kind of provide us with what your position is on that? And maybe we can make we, as in I, can make a decision on that issue.
So Judge, what I said yesterday and when I was asking what was the need for the time to locate within the videos of those proceedings, the period that we addressed the PowerPoint. So I had received just some of the transcript of some of one of the days that we addressed it. And I think that we were addressing the PowerPoint in the context of other objections maybe that there had been mounted to another witness's testimony. I think it may have been D'Angelo White. So the judge at that point had sort of responded to, it may have been commentary by Mr. Sharp regarding reviewing some evidence the night before. I may have these dates and these times to sort of conflate with one another, but I believe that when he brought up the PowerPoint, we had not yet argued it or talked about it. And my memory is that I said to the court that we weren't intending to introduce that PowerPoint through this, and as I was walking away, I think I said something like through this witness or at this time or today or something qualifying assertion that we weren't intending to introduce.
Okay, but no, basically, if your position is we think that it is admissible, what I'm asking for you to do now is tell me why you believe it's admissible and I'll just make the decision. Okay, can you do that? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yes, Mr. Steele attached it to his motion or supplemented motion. So I've looked at it. And I mean, maybe it would be helpful, Mr. Steele, if you just quickly summarize your position as to its inadmissibility.
Your Honor, this is a motion in limine number 49 supplement. It was refiled on August 9th of 2024 on behalf of Mr. Williams. And it was originally filed, and I just, Mr. Adams and I just made it more current.
Right.
But, and that was originally filed on April 17th, 2024. It is my opinion, my memory, and I checked the law and crime video YouTube, that Judge Glanville, and that was a lot of our hearings. I don't know if you watched it, but it was a lot of hectic things, but Judge Glanville excluded it. And the state specifically said they're not going to use it. And to me, I just don't see the admissibility under for a 1, 2, 3. Because slide 1, it's titled YSL versus Inglewood Family Bloods. That is not the name of this case. I don't know why that would go up in front of the jury.
And
Um,
I think there are like 80 something or more slides, and I'm not necessarily asking you to go through the details of each slide, just if you can summarize right now.
Okay,
And it may be that we have to get into the slide by slide
okay. Well,
position, but
it's basically a closing argument. That's really the summary as I would give it. It is something that the state would, over objection, use in their closing argument. And if the court allowed it, maybe that's okay. But for evidence coming in through a supposed gang expert who I'll be objecting to in addition, he already testified as an expert and he's a third supposed expert to testify. But there are things, Mr. Williams' home was illegally searched on the July 15, 2015 date. They have slides and they're referencing that. They have slides on information that has not come into this trial on supposed investigation and corroboration by law enforcement. I've never seen a corroboration. It's just like a trial by a theory, and that's throughout. And I'm objecting to the entirety of it. And I don't know why any witness, expert or lay person, would be allowed to use this type of demonstrative device to say, let me explain to you the guilt of these people, when specifically even an expert cannot talk about the mens rea or the intention of a party. That's always within the breast of the jury. And this has multiple people, not just Mr. Williams, joining and committing crimes and saying what their intent was by their association. So I hope I've given you a summary, but if you want to go slide by slide, and a lot of information in those slides are not coming into this trial. The state has not called many witnesses that they said they were going to call, like Mr. Lamar, who's a performer known as Rich Homie Quan, Mr. Carter, a performer known as Lil Wayne, Mr. Williams, a producer, performer known as Birdman. They have this information in that slide, and it's just a confrontation clause violation.
all right.
Your Honor, the presentation is meant as an aid for the jury to assist them or allow them to see how it is that Detective Dennis reached the conclusions that we expect will testify about in this case. There are instances where he references hearsay, what would be considered hearsay, but which he is allowed to use to form an opinion and to present an opinion. The slides that Mr. Steele references that have to do with matters that have been excluded from this trial, of course, we can see that those would come out and that we would not be attempting to introduce slides that show the inside of Defendant Williams' home as a result of the 2015 search of his home. But there is to exclude the demonstrative that we would be seeking to use through our expert. I don't hear a reason or any basis in law for the just all-out exclusion of information that we believe would be useful to the jury and that Detective Dennis relied on in coming to the conclusion that he did. Much of what is in the PowerPoint does summarize investigations that he conducted. It references persons that he interacted with. It references acts that occurred, investigations that occurred, and again, people that were either self-identifying one way or the other, or that referenced another person as identifying a different way. So we would ask that the court, based on what Mr. Steele has presented, just the fact that he doesn't think that it's admissible or it's a he not be allowed at all to use the PowerPoint.
All right. In fairness to Mr. Steele, he's ready to go slide by slide, and I asked him to summarize. So it's not that I asked him to summarize the argument. That's not all he would have to say. But this appears to me to have maybe originally been some sort of a law enforcement briefing. Is that what this was?
In terms of the investigation, of course, started out sort of as, you know, them talking and law enforcement, various agencies talking amongst one another and briefing themselves. But in the end, this PowerPoint was something that was used by Detective Dennis in, you know, discussing the investigation with the district attorney's office. And that we believe as well would be useful in allowing the jury to digest pieces of information that he would be presenting through his testimony. Well, I could, those are my slides.
So tell me which slides you think you are absolutely concede are not going to be used. I mean, I'm just looking at one right now. It's, I think, slide number 36. It's got a lot of pictures, and it says a rap dispute between Lil Wayne and Birdman spilled over into Atlanta once rapper and YSL 30 Deep leader Young Thug got involved. I mean, how is that not totally conclusory and something that maybe this jury is supposed to be deciding? And that's just, you know, the one I happen to be scrolling onto right now.
Your Honor, the information that is in the letters, in the words rather, that are on the slide, we would concede removing that as conclusory, but Detective Dennis has shared, and I believe would share information regarding what law enforcement learned throughout this investigation as related to not just the Lil Wayne bus shooting, but how that related to YSL and members of YSL, and what the artist that goes by the name of Birdman, what they learned.
So you're saying all the words would be removed?
Not on this slide right here. I'm not saying all the words, Judge. I want to be really clear. I'm not speaking about all the words. I don't think that it's necessary for all the words to be removed from this PowerPoint. But when the court asked me to tell or identify the ones that I concede would be, you know, should be removed, I can, if the court permits me the time to go through it and look at those and pull those out, I can do that. But what we had was a whole hog objection to the entirety of the PowerPoint and an assertion that it was inadmissible overall.
Well, I mean, you're, I think at this point making the argument that you think it would be a demonstrative aid to, is this Dennis who's going to be testifying to this? And
we can sort of.
so let's look at like slide number 22. We've got people pictured up here who some, but not all of them were charged. I have no idea whether they were convicted. We got lots of shots of, you know, weaponry. I mean, there just looks like there's a whole lot that's not going to be appropriate or admissible. If you
So what we're looking at, the slide that I have.
can you pull that mic over towards you? I think some of the people are having a hard time hearing.
So the slide that I'm looking at as number 22, I think is different than the one that the court is looking at as 22. So I'm not certain why. I'm looking at one that has Miss Entrevia Smith, Kelvin Watson, Antonio Sledge on it. So it's different than the
Okay.
one that the court is looking at. I would ask that the court, if we're gonna.
I mean, it's again, it's just kind of an example. So I think that maybe if this is going to have to be a slide by slide thing, that y'all get on the same page as to what PowerPoint you are even intending to use, and then you take out all of the ones that you concede and acknowledge are not admissible or would be overly prejudicial under the 403 standard. Take out all the words that you think that is not appropriate, and then get that back to me and I can look at it slide by slide, but
I think that would be good. I think I would ask for permission to do exactly that, Judge, as opposed to, because, yes, I can do that, and I would ask for permission to do that.
okay, I'm gonna need that done, by Friday.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so we can't do that today. We'll be doing that next week. All right, on the measure to suppress recently filed as to Mr. Ryan's statement from 2019, it looks to me now that it's been further particularized that there's an argument that he was not Mirandized. I don't know. I haven't seen the statement yet. I don't know if the state's position is he wasn't in custody at the time and therefore Miranda rights weren't required. I'm going to need an answer to that. I also need the statement from one side or the other so that I can have the benefit of actually being able to see the statement. Okay, so y'all get that to me as soon as you can. That ought to be an easy click something and send the email. And is the state, do you, I mean, I assume y'all are familiar with the statement they're talking about, and it was not used in his 2021 trial, but I think, Ms. Love, you've represented that you might want to use it in this trial. Is that right?
I did.
Okay. Do you know whether y'all's position is that he wasn't in custody, or do you know what you're going to be arguing on that?
Just 1 second, Your Honor. We were actually going back and forth, and I'm having trouble getting onto our server. That's what I'm trying to do right now. Are you- can you pull it up? Are you on the server? Your Honor, could the court give me a 10-minute recess? I wasn't expecting to argue this part of it, and I just need to sign into our server.
I mean, I understand that all of this is on the fly at this point. We weren't going to take it up until next week, and now I'm trying to get something accomplished while we've got this unexpected free time. I don't think we need a recess for that. You just be working on that, and maybe I'll ask one of your co-counsel to address the next issue. Actually, I can ask, I can't see all the way around there. Is Mr. Harvey with us? Okay, who's here? Can you speak to, remind me your name? Try it one more time.
Lamar Gardner.
Okay, Mr. Gardner. Okay. Mr. Harvey had filed a couple of days ago a motion to exclude kind of, I guess, what he phrased untimely disclosed co-conspirator or alleged co-conspirator statements. Would you be able to identify specifically which co-conspirator statements he's saying were late identified?
I wouldn't be able to, but if you give me a minute, I can find out. which
Okay.
statements.
And then maybe today would be a good time to start looking at that exhibit list, and on the exhibits that there is not agreement on, kind of figure out, have those been admitted or have those not? Is that something you think we could all tackle today? We could try.
We can do the first part. We are almost finished with it, but we could do a chunk of it.
Okay. All right, I'm going to step off for just a second. Y'all stay here and keep working. I'll be right back.
Well, the judge has just stepped off, but the lawyer's got to stay on. So let's see how this works out. Prosecutors are trying to get in slides that are mislabeled, and Brian still has caught them. So now they had to go back and clean it up because in 2015, there was a suppression of evidence as relates to Young Thug. In the police, I had to assume, raided his house at some point, and the prosecution is trying to get these slides in that shouldn't be in as it relates to what was excluded as a result of a violation of his Fourth Amendment search and seizure. So let's see how that plays out. Then Redarius Ryan is also, he has some motion as well. And then I think there was a Jackson Dino motion that Attorney D. Williams filed a couple of days ago, and the judge asked her to go back and to particularize her motion, and this apparently is the results of her going back and pretty much going into great detail so the judge can understand what exactly happened. And the prosecutions now have to respond to her motion. So we'll see how that plays out. And we also see that Attorney Bruce Harvey is not in the courtroom today. He's being assisted by co-counsel who really can't help with the judge's question right now. So hopefully they'll make the phone call and get to the bottom of her last request. The fact that the judge hasn't dismissed the attorneys says a lot, because she could have simply dismissed the attorneys and said, because of this issue, we can't move forward. But she wants to keep the jury working, which is I would keep the lawyers working, not the jury working, the lawyers working, which is important because there's been a lot of time wasted, and they need to move this case along quickly, expeditiously, as a matter of fact. So let's see how that plays out. In any event, guys, I'll be back when the judge is back on the bench.
All right, Ms. Lab, were you able to get on the server? Okay. So can you tell, and if you don't know right now, that's fine, but if you do know about the statement,
So he gave a statement, after he was read his rights, the Williams just sent over, what she called a particularized, motion. or
Okay.
Regarding the statements. So I was reading what she had written.
use your mic, please.
I was just reading what Ms. DeWilliams sent over just now, that she had labeled a particularized.
Ms. T. Williams, did you not provide that to opposing counsel when you emailed it to the court? Or is this yet another new one?
It just came
I'm
through on me.
confused.
I don't,
Is it the motion or is it the statement?
so what just came through on my email, was labeled particularized Jackson Deno motion.
Right.
So I was reading that.
It may just be the same title. I think this is the statement itself, which I had asked somebody to send. So thank you, Misty Williams. And I would think you would have been copied with the,
I'm sure I was. I
Okay.
got that.
all right, if you're not already just generally familiar with it, that's fine. I'll look at the statement and wait for your response and we'll deal with it on next week. Go ahead.
So the question the court had initially asked was it in custody and was
Right.
it one that we intended to use? So the first part was, it is a custodial statement. And it was one that for the sake of brevity, at one point, we were pondering with not using it. But under the circumstances, he was convicted of this murder. And given that he was convicted of the murder, and the evidence we intended to put up in addition to the conviction, there were considerations we were making in terms of brevity. Like, do we use it? Do we not use it? Do we use portions of it?
That is fantastic to hear that y'all are making considerations based on brevity. I encourage that wholeheartedly. Go ahead.
And so, in as much as there's a need to have a Jackson Deno statement, just because of that possibility and, that uncertainty.
Okay. Okay, but you're saying it was custodial and that he was Mirandized?
He was Mirandized. I think maybe the issue is that the issue may be was it a full, like Miranda? Was it, like, was he fully apprised of his Miranda rights?
Okay, well, I mean, I guess we'll take that up next week. And I don't know, Misty Williams, was I misunderstanding what you said in your motion? I thought you said that he was not given any Miranda rights at all. Or warnings, not rights, but warnings.
Is this on? Okay. He wasn't given his full Miranda warnings at all.
Okay, but that's not exactly what you said in your motion.
And then also they have a procedure they're supposed to follow, and Detective Hogan did not follow those procedures.
Okay, that's also not in your motion.
Would you like me to redo my motion?
You don't have to redo your motion as long as I know what it is actually arguing. But, I mean, you ought to try to get it right to begin with.
So we're going to be on the calendar for next week, Your Honor?
Yeah, but I told y'all that yesterday. That's not a surprise.
On Monday?
I don't know when we'll get to it. We're gonna be working all week next week. Be prepared to deal with it on Monday.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so that's that. We'll deal with that on Monday. I have the statement now, so, and I understand what your argument is. And if there's anything about a procedure that you mentioned that they didn't follow a procedural that they were supposed to follow, if you've got law that it's legally required, then please have that at the ready. All right. Okay. Do we know yet, which of the co-conspirator statements, are asserted to have been late disclosed?
Not the three particular that he mentioned in the motion, Your Honor. I'm still waiting on a response for the exact three statements, but I do know that those statements were provided outside of the November 5th, 2023. State filed a supplemental motion to introduce co-conspirator statements. I think in generally, he's objecting to any of them, any statements that were provided outside of that November 5th date. But speaking to the three that he mentioned in his recently filed motion, I still have not received that information yet.
All right, so we'll wait on that as well. And there's some, I think, allusion in there to wiretaps. So I don't know if there are statements that were contained within wiretaps. Okay. Well, we'll deal with that, I guess, further as well next week. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Stillwell, as the Harvey rule is in effect, my stance has been that, and really this has been my stance, and I believe it's other attorneys' stance since way back over a year ago, is the ball has been in the state's court to identify hearsay exceptions that they contend falls under the co-conspirator exception. They did file a motion that was timely that identified three, and we've discussed those three. But at this point at trial, and I know we discussed this last week, my recollection, and if I'm wrong, I apologize. My recollection is that we discussed this last week, and the state was to provide specificity on the statements that they plan to use. So
That's right. And
we still don't.
has
My
it
knowledge,
still
no.
not been done?
Your Honor, we provided a host of the states from the wiretap that we've identified, I think over 200. There's clips, there's small statements, but the point of it is that the statements contained with the wiretaps, within the wiretaps in the jail file were statements that defense counsel referenced to the court were things that they were objecting to as we were ongoing, since they were all turned over and everyone had to review all the same batch of evidence. So we turned over a number of statements that were contained within those wiretaps that count from our standpoint as co-conspirators.
Okay.
And that may or may not be what Mr. Sharp is referencing now. That is the only thing I can think that he's referencing now, since that's what we most recently turned over for the court's instruction. And we're continuing to go through and make sure that we identify.
Okay. I mean, it ought to be that, I know that's not what you were referencing. You were referencing that there was a universe of three identified and dealt with, and now there's more. But with regard to what's in the wiretaps and jail calls, now that y'all have identified them with particularity, we can deal with them. I do think it sounded like y'all were sort of doing it in a rolling way with regard to some of that. So that's fine. We'll take those up individually. Is there anything, are there any other potential co-conspirator statements that have not been particularly identified now?
So there may be others in the Instagram, phone, the Instagram and in the phone dumps. And as far as the wiretaps and the jail calls, we had, as I said, provided a number of those, and we were supplementing as we went through and identified any more.
All right, didn't I give you a deadline?
You did, and we provided.
You provided some by that deadline, but not all?
We listened to and provided, they are correct, there are thousands of things. And we have identified, we've gotten through up to a certain point, those wiretap calls.
Uh-huh.
We have identified up to that point, and we were providing, since they had them, we were trying to at least identify as many of all of the ones that they have had since the beginning as we could. And we were continuing to supplement them as we saw them. We indeed went through, we have made the best effort that we can to comply with the court's instructions to identify those calls that we consider co-conspirator statements. We've been doing that with the wiretaps, the phone calls, the jail records, the phone dumps, and the Instagram records as well. So we've been continuing to identify those that fall into that category.
Okay, so you had a deadline, the deadline has passed, and I mean, at some point, a deadline needs to mean something. Why y'all don't already know what evidence you're gonna use is beyond me, but
And I can say that as a result of the volume of evidence that we have, we do and had identified, obviously, pieces of evidence that were more discrete, that were smaller in number. But as far as the wiretaps, of course, we've had teams working on it.
okay, but I mean, the wiretap, that you said you've done that now, so what about the rest of it? The Instagrams and the phone calls, and you said there might be more in those.
Yes, we're still going through all of those. We've identified and we literally created a link and we have put them in the link and served them. And anything that we found or find past the point that we served the initial link, we are providing that as well. We are, from our position, of course, the court has given us a deadline. Of course, we're trying to comply with that deadline. When we provided information to the defense, and in as much as there is something at the very end that, by happenstance, someone has seen that we have not yet identified, that we did not yet lay eyes on, that is in some way inculpatory. The volume of calls, our position is we turn it over, we should not be precluded from using it, but we are trying to comply with every instruction that the court has given us. We are making our very best efforts to do that. And we believe that as the court has said, we are aware that we have these ongoing obligations. This is not information that we've not turned over. This does not fall into that category.
Yeah, I understand that it is somewhere in the, universe of discovery that's been provided, but it has not been identified as here is a co-conspirator, what we assert to be a co-conspirator statement, because there is essentially a standing objection demanding that before anything gets admitted as a co-conspirator statement, the state establish the prerequisites for its admission as a co-conspirator statement. And so I have to make a ruling on each of those things. And until it's identified, I can't possibly make a ruling because we don't know what we're talking about. And I don't honestly think that my directive that there needs to be a deadline is the first one that's been issued in this case. I believe Judge Linville had also said this all needs to get done at this point.
As it related to the wiretap information and the information that we're going through now and identifying co-conspirator statements from, that was a matter that, just by nature of the way that we were proceeding with the case, that was addressed as we proceeded. As they
Okay.
they-
Okay, well,
But we do have, and we have identified, and we can discuss, I think, over 100, if we were to start now,
all right.
talking about them. And
So at some point, there just has to be some kind of management of this case. It just cannot, I mean, I guess it could be, but it seems not practical that the case is going to go on forever because you're going to use every possible piece of evidence that you can uncover. I mean, that's no way to try a case. And it's not fair to the other side of any case to not know, for the most part, going into the trial, what the evidence is going to be. And I mean, we've had this discussion before, but y'all also, aside from that, y'all have got to kind of get a handle on what your case is going to be and decide what needs to be culled and what really needs to be presented.
Your Honor, the only reason that I can say that the reason that we want and feverishly seek to look at it all is that we don't want to be precluded in the event that, we don't anticipate playing every single co-conspirator statement that exists in these wiretaps.
Right.
But in the event that there is one that is particularly important, and it's one that we didn't say by this date, oh, we're gonna use this one, because we had not yet
Right.
found that one, smoking tall or whatever it is.
Right.
Our position is just that it
Okay.
disadvantages that just to an extent that we did not make the call. We feel that we should be allowed to at least access those that not whole hog all thousands of co-conspirator statements, but in the event that there are some, and we will narrow them down.
Okay. All right.
But we've identified the ones that we.
All right. Well, get the rest of them identified and that identification information to the state by the end of this week.
Your Honor, may I respond
Yes.
briefly, just so we're all on the same page? I don't mean to go tit for tat. That's not my intent here. But if the state is referring to the email sent to us on on August 9th of 2024 at 11:23 p.m., from what I can see, there's approximately 150 to 200 calls off the wiretap. They are not, some of these calls are 15 minutes. It's not about me listening to it. That's fine. I've already listened to this stuff. But just attaching a 15-minute call, a 10-minute call, doesn't necessarily indicate what co-conspirator statement you're intending to introduce. So there's just not a lot of specificity. Now, some of them are shorter.
My guess is, from what Ms. Love just said, she wants to cover all her bases. And so if there is anything said by that person in that call, she wants to be able to potentially use it. So I think she's saying every bit of it might be a co-conspirator statement. Am I wrong? I'm not wrong.
Well, if the intent is to litigate that, then I'm just I think I'm stating the obvious. It creates a whole lot of outside the presence of the jury litigation about stuff because the state is not, and the state they control this case. They controlled when to indict it, you know, and they,
Well, y'all did file, I don't know who it was, but a speedy trial demand. But you're right, they indicted it. So they knew a speedy could have been filed and they needed to be ready. I don't know that everybody filed one, but did everybody?
I filed one. It wasn't recognized by the court.
You did not file one.
I did, but it was-
You're right. Yeah, I think it was within the period where everything was stayed. Is that what happened?
He filed a constitutional speedy.
No, I filed a statutory speedy.
Okay.
And
Anyway, at least some people have filed a statutory speedy that was recognized, and y'all are all being tried together, so that drug the whole case to trial at the same time. However, you're right that once the state indicted, they knew a speedy could be filed and needed to be ready to go, or either sever people out. It doesn't require a response. It's a statement of fact. Okay. So can we start on the exhibit list? I don't think there were that many that were in dispute.
Your Honor, excuse me, I don't believe we have the exhibit list yet. Is that correct, Ms. Hilton?
Oh, no. I mean, I'm sorry. I'm not being clear. One of the things that was proposed, I think by Mr. Steele, was why don't we take a chance to look at all of the exhibits that have been admitted so far and make sure we're on the same page about that. And I don't think there was that much dispute about that. So I'm thinking, let's do that right now. Y'all do have that, right?
The
Yes.
state was going to provide the list that we believe is the list of admitted exhibits. And so I'm getting ready to forward what we've created, but it's individual by the acts as they came in. And so I'm getting ready to forward that to everyone, but we were actually having printed copies brought down so that everyone could actually physically have one in their hand. And so that's what we were hoping would be down here by the time you finish, but I can forward what we have and it'll just take a little more time because it'll be electronic.
All right, so it seems that Mr. Steele's, what was it? It was like an Excel spreadsheet that was provided is pretty organized and orderly. Have y'all not tried to kind of match up what y'all have to that?
We have been matching that up. There are instances where electronic exhibits were shown to witnesses that we don't have a printed copy of to confirm that it was the exact exhibit that was admitted. There were instances where changes were made. There were multiple instances where the court required redactions, but we did not.
All right, so we're not ready on that either. So I think it may be that we actually need the prior court reporter in court one day for that next week. So why don't I figure out which day is the best day for her to do that? But that is something else y'all need to be ready to go with on Monday. So, I mean, I think I've been through my whole list of what's outstanding and there doesn't seem to be anything we can accomplish today. Yes, sir.
if I may, Your Honor, last week we painstakingly went through transcripts
Yes.
and redacted certain things. My understanding is that the state was going to have a printout. I think over our objection, their plan is to just pause the sound during the redacted periods. But my understanding is they were going to provide a transcript with all the redactions after Your Honor's rulings, so we could review them and just make sure we're 100%. And if there's
Right.
an issue, we're not bringing it to you at the last minute
Okay,
with the jurors in the box.
all right.
So I don't believe that we've been provided the redacted transcripts yet, or the state's version of the redacted transcripts, and we would like to at least have those so we could review them prior to the
Okay,
replay.
and is that correct that y'all plan to just pause the parts that are redacted? So y'all better be really good on the trigger with that. There are some parts where it's like, part of a sentence, but not the next sentence.
Yes, Your Honor. Unfortunately, with evidence reviewer, it was a challenge to convert to the MP4 so it can be clean. It was distorted because we tried doing that previously. So that is the state's plan. I will send over the highlighted versions of the transcript that's redacted in a moment, as soon as I finish sending over the exhibit list.
Okay, so y'all can't there's no way that y'all can either put something together that is just the unredacted part or fuzz out
So
the redacted part?
does the court mean for the video?
I mean, I don't know how y'all are intended to play it. If you're intended, I don't know how you're intending to play it.
So, Your Honor, we're playing it through evidence reviewer, and we have successfully muted the portions of the video where it has continued to play in front of the juror, but it's very easy, and we have successfully done it on multiple occasions,
Okay.
muted the sound while the video continues to play for a couple of reasons. One,
Okay.
to allow the jury to see what's going on during that time, but two, to make certain they don't hear what is being said.
All right, so I'm glad to hear that it's muted at least, so there's no possibility or very little possibility that they'll hear something they're not supposed to hear. And so y'all have done that with video already where they're seeing that something else is going on that they're not privy to?
Yes, we've done that on multiple occasions.
And we also, at times,
That's something that everybody agreed to?
No, we objected to that because it appeared to us that if the jury's sitting in the box and they're watching a video.
They're
and-
going, wonder what they're saying now.
Exactly.
So have y'all provided any explanation for that?
No, because the same way that if we were to cut it out and it skips to a
Uh-huh.
part of the video, the jury would be wondering, wait, that didn't make sense. It skipped to an unrelated part. So even if we had the ability to cut out and cut and splice, it would be as choppy as it is. And on other occasions, the jury,
So let me ask you this, if it's like a 2-minute redaction, are we just sitting in silence for 2 minutes?
No,
What's
generally-
going on?
Well, in some instances, if it's a small redaction, we'll let it play. But like 2 minutes, we'll fast forward and say on the record, we are fast forwarding from here to here. We'll mute it and say, Your Honor, we're stopping at this point and we're picking up at that point. And that's what we do. We literally just take the advancing button and advance it to the point in the future that we're playing.
But let me just say, it really has not played out that smoothly in the past. Yes, there have been some occurrences where they've been able to mute it and
Yeah.
it goes smoothly, but in other instances, yes, we're sitting here for 20 seconds, 30 seconds, and then in other instances where they try to skip ahead, they skip ahead, but then it's not quite far enough or it's too far, then got to come back a little bit. So it hasn't been played
Yeah,
out that
and I
smoothly.
mean, we got a lot of videos to get through, it sounds like. So can y'all endeavor to find out whether maybe even if you have to outsource it to somewhere else, you could put something together that's spliced, because that is a whole lot better than, I mean, it may sound like, oh, wait, that's weird, but that's better than, well, something's going on here.
So we've spliced, we have done that. We've actually taken the videos that have to be played through evidence reviewer and we've formatted, converted it, just as Ms. Hilton said, into an MP4 format.
Right.
That does not play smoothly at
Right.
all.
Okay, and I hear you saying that y'all do not have the ability to do that, but I mean, people put big multi-million-dollar trials on all the time. There are all kinds of outside, I don't know what they are, but companies who do things like this. Can y'all look into whether y'all can get that done? Because that would be a way, way better way to do it. both time-wise and in terms of the jury not seeing and wondering, well, what's going on right now? Both of those reasons. Y'all see what you can do about that.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And while we're kind of just on the topic of that, is your plan to play, like, you know, for instance, we went through 5 statements, video statements of Mr. Copeland outside the presence of the jury to determine what parts were admissible and what parts were not. And Ms. Hilton, you've asked him about at least parts of all 5 of those statements. Is the plan ultimately to then play the entirety minus the redacted portions of all of those statements?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. Okay,
Judge,
yes.
can I, if I may direct a question to the state, just to make sure I'm clear. So we're talking about obviously the videos, but we're also talking about the redacted transcript as well, the actual physical transcript.
Okay, now, I thought y'all had told me that, no, you didn't intend to pass out transcripts like to the jury. Is that right?
Sure.
No, Judge, no. We said that we would correct the transcript
Right.
and redact them so that,
For the benefit of the other side. We're not planning to give transcripts to the jury, are we?
no,
Okay.
well, no. We were asking to do that. I think there was an objection. I just wanted to be clear. We never said that we were not, because we would be asking that the court simply instruct the jury that the transcripts are not evidence. I think that when the objection was raised, it was that the transcripts were different
Okay,
and that they didn't want them to be reading something that was not actually being said. And our position is that the court has the ability and, you know, generally does instruct the jury, what you hear is the evidence, not what you're looking at. So
Okay.
that was the reason that that was another reason that we were endeavoring to get them as accurate as we could and to get an agreement on it. I thought that the court had said, before we give anything to
Right.
the jury, we wanted to get as much an agreement.
y'all at
as we
least get
could.
agreement as to what everybody thinks is being said.
Yeah, our position was that we are absolutely objecting to the jury getting the physical transcripts. I think the discussions we were having was that once we had made a decision as to what was being redacted,
Right.
we were going to get a physical copy of the transcript. And so my question was, because I heard Ms. Hilton say a little while ago something about the highlighted portions, and I just wanted to be clear that I think what she's sending to us, and she can correct me if I'm wrong, is that they're going to send us the transcript, and perhaps the portions that have been redacted out are going to be highlighted so we can identify that. Am I correct about that, Ms. Hilton?
Yes, you are.
Okay. But if you intend to ask the court to let the jurors have a transcript as kind of a listening aid, I don't necessarily have a problem with that. I know that is what we all used to do back in the old days. And there are definitely things on all of these that are difficult to discern what's being said. But we all also recognize that the transcription of at least some people's statements was far less than accurate. So are y'all planning to have them retranscribed or corrected or something?
Yes, that is the
Okay.
reason that when I said any transcript before we even offer or ask to be passed out to the jury,
Okay.
we would correct and share with the defense and get some kind of consensus, even if it isn't an exact consensus, before we even ask the court to pass it out to the jury. The highlighted portions that Ms. Hilton was
Okay.
giving was just to aid in our discussions and agreement
Okay.
with regard to the redacted.
Okay, well, we got Mr. Copeland on the stand right now. And I hope that by Friday we are finished with him. Because that's a lot of days of one person's testimony. But if part of that is you're planning to play for him his statements to present him with his prior inconsistencies, they need to have seen the redacted videos, seen the redacted transcripts, and had a chance to review that for themselves and digest it. and it's Tuesday.
So before we before we attempted to pass it out, we would indeed give them time to digest it, understanding that it is Tuesday. We had been working on the redacted video portion, and that we were planning to do it one way, but the
All
court,
right. When do you expect to be able to get this to them? Everything that has to do with Mr. Copeland's video statements that are going to get played.
So, Your Honor, the state intends to give them 3 of the transcripts that has redaction, which
Okay.
is what we talked about last week. I can provide that to them this afternoon.
Perfect.
As far as a transcript that we were going to give to the jury, the only transcript at this point that has been fully corrected and ready is the June 10th
Okay.
interview. So that's the only one that we would intend to give to the jury is the June 10th interview. And we have that with the corrections that we will give to defense counsel today.
Also this afternoon. Okay.
Your Honor. As far as the video, we would have to find the outsourcing of it when we leave here today
Okay.
to determine how long that will take and if we can.
Okay.
If we cannot, then we're prepared to move forward in the fashion that we discussed earlier.
Okay. Well, that's definitely less than ideal.
it has not gone as bad as, honestly, the playing, the pausing, the muting of the videos. The muting of the videos has not been the problem. It has been sometimes when we have, actually it was when we were doing the MP4 that we were advancing and it was starting and stopping because of server issues.
Okay, it's still less than ideal. So I understand you're saying I may not be able to get this together in the next 2 days, but for all of the remaining witnesses, if you can't, honestly, if you can for him, I'd rather you do it for him as well. But I'm just sure that can be done. I'm sure there is somebody out there that can splice it as needed, but have it where it is still something that can be heard and understood. So, okay. So anything else? If not, I'll just go. Y'all can do your work and I can do things like other cases or listen to the statement or things like that to get ready for next week. So anything else today?
Your Honor, I'll file a particularized Bruton motion for Mr. Kendrick's statement.
Okay, did you just file that today?
No, I will do it though. I have the.
Oh, you're
time-
planning to?
Yes,
Okay.
I have the timestamps like the court wanted.
Perfect.
I'm just trying to make sure it works and I'll include other people here and I'll send it to them first as a rough draft to make sure that I didn't miss anything for their
Okay.
clients. And then with regards to next Tuesday morning, just as a reminder, your honorable court has allowed me,
Yes.
I just wanted to.
Thank you for reminding me
No,
of
thank
that.
you.
And,
Thank you.
and you'd be back with us by when?
I think I'm the second case on the calendar, so 12 o'clock. 12.
Okay,
But
all
I
right.
better check though their schedule.
Okay, so Mr. Steele had asked and I had permitted him to, he's got an oral argument in another case before one of our appellate courts scheduled for Tuesday morning. And I had said, yes, I'll excuse you to do that since I knew we were non-jury anyway next week. So then it sounds like both Monday and Tuesday will be starting, at noon instead of, or let's just say 12:30 instead of in the morning time. All right. All right. Okay, so let's adjourn for the day. We'll be back at 8:45 in the morning. Y'all have lots of work to do, especially y'all on this side. All right, thank y'all.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. So hold on a second here. Let's hit this right here. Hit this right here. Hold on a second. Time out here. What got going on here? Oh, okay, good. Okay, so there are people asking about the Paul Howard impromptu interview, and I want you guys to pull the playhead back because it is a part of this live. It probably happened during the around. I'll get the time code, but it's a part of this live. So I'm going to end this. We're going to locate the portion where the discussion happened, and I will let you guys. I'll post the time code there in the comment section. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining. Thank you for joining. I look forward to you guys coming back for the next live. With that said, I'll see you soon, real soon. Stand by, stand by. Let's take this out of here. Okay. All right, here we go. Bow.